Look, it's working now.
Huh. Well, it just had to warm up.
Something, I don't know.
It's been a long winter.
Yeah, yeah.
I was telling Karen I got yelled at taking taxes. The guy's like, well, you're the government, you should know.
Really?
What did Reagan say about the government?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello.
Don't you have heat in your truck?
I didn't even have time to thaw out.
So even if it's on do not disturb.
Okay, we're gonna call the meeting to order at 10 a.m. Roll call, Jason,
Here.
Carl,
Here.
Mary,
Here.
Gary,
Here,
and Ken's here. Approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda as presented or with changes?
well, I don't know. I guess we can cover the parts in here that really don't need to be here and that I don't think anyway. I guess we can still have discussion on them and be very little, but anyway, so I'll move to approve it.
I'll second it.
Gary, made motion. Mary second, all in favor, say aye.
Okay.
Aye. Everyone say aye, any nays?
I did not say I was gonna maybe have a brief discussion, cause I think I know what Gary's driving at. There are a lot of things in the agenda, obviously, and I guess I just wanna make sure we stay on task and focus on the budget today, cause that was what the special meeting was. I feel like there's some items on here
Yeah,
that might be loosely related to the budget, but not necessary to cover today. Can we just make sure those get either shuffled to the bottom or we prioritize the budget first? Cause the budget is down a few items, you know?
correct.
Well, there's some things we really need to get done to be able to move forward with other things like bids and fixing things. You know, I mean, we don't necessarily need to talk about heater replacement, but we could set a price not to exceed. Or say we're not gonna get a redundant heater in there.
Yeah, that's my question.
Well,
some of this-
when we get to that, just say you don't wanna
Yep,
talk
that's
about it
true.
today.
I've noted my thing. I'm good to vote yes for the.
Okay,
Yeah.
But that is an old heater, it's been failing.
Yep.
So, and you know that. So, we moved, we're approving the agenda as written, did I get? Is that what I'm getting out?
right.
Oh. Did we get a motion on that?
Yep, we already,
Who made a motion?
Gary and Mary.
We already voted.
Mary, Gary, and we had eyes on.
Yeah, Gary-
Talked about it. Okay,
Gary and
yeah,
Mary.
I'm with it. Public comment?
Are we gonna approve
Did
the
you wanna do the
minutes?
previous meeting minutes?
Got a previous minutes. We have
Yeah. That's the one I was missing.
we have a correction.
Can I get a motion to approve the meeting minutes as presented?
No, we have a correction. And that's on motion number. Consent agenda number 1, meeting minutes from January 27th. Motion number is on here 4, added to the resolution 2026-2003 is correct, but it should be motion number 5 instead of 4.
Do you see where he's talking, Kara? No. Where are you at, Carrie? That one.
I'm on consent agenda F on, February 17th.
Oh, okay, motion number.
Which says,
Yeah.
number 1. Meeting minutes of January 20th, motion number 4 should be number 5.
Gary, you're good at catching stuff like that.
Well,
No, you're good at catching stuff like that. I'm being sincere.
I'm not trying to be a jerk, but if people wanna look at this and see what the motion number is and what
No,
the.
please take it as a compliment. I'm glad you are.
No,
Don't be so defensive.
Sorry if that came across bad. You're good at that.
okay, March 4th,
You do it every time.
You're saying motion number 4 should be what?
5,
Number 5, Kara just corrected it.
Carrie got it covered
So are you approving the minutes with that?
with that
correction?
correction. I approve that minutes with that correction.
I'll second them.
Motion.
Now we're at public comments.
I guess I don't see it.
Kara's got it, Ken. It's okay. It's
Who made the motion?
Gary made it, I seconded it with correction. And Kara already made the correction, so we're good.
And that could be, all in favor, say aye.
Alright,
That's fair.
Now we're at public comments.
Now we have public comment.
I wrote one ahead just because I was afraid. I didn't want Chief Mackey to get the impression that he couldn't respond to individual board members. Unless they were all copied, because we have the OMA reason for not necessarily copying the whole board on everything. Which you responded back to. I just don't want him to have the wrong impression. That was all I cared about. I get to write to anybody I want.
As far as correspondence goes, whether it's, because like, you know, for instance, billing items or anything like that, I only send those to you and Kara. Is that fine? Is it just things that probably should be voted on, should be sent to all of you? Or anything like that? Like I don't know, I'm still learning the
Yeah.
process, so.
OMA rules say that you can't discuss or, what's the other word?
The board.
Deliberate, you can't deliberate on things together with the board,
Gotcha.
because it has to be done in a public meeting.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
But yeah, billing and stuff. so.
it restricts the board as well as people. I think it's stupid. I understand it to some extent, but it's restrictive.
okay,
Nothing prevents us from having a conversation one-on-one.
okay,
Right,
When you get on,
or one-on-one.
Right.
two.
yeah.
Two, and then you got 3 there, then that's when it's like in there.
You
Okay,
can't
And
have-
when you're doing the email and you start talking and making decisions in an email with all the board members in a round circle, that's why
okay,
it's just better not to send a response to
Okay.
all the board members.
but,
It's one thing giving all the board members information, but you probably ought to not respond to it as a group.
okay,
And that's why they sometimes use the blind copy, so that
Right.
people don't accidentally kind of get into a discussion.
Right.
yeah, you can do that, or you can say, do not reply all, you know.
Okay,
It's.
during this meeting, it's gonna be, we got stuff up here, we're gonna talk about it, got input, input's gonna be fine. We're at station 1 and 2 maintenance repair evaluation. What we'd like to do is get a professional building inspector to come in and evaluate both station 1 and 2 for their building configuration and what they might need. He's gonna check the furnaces, hot water heater. Gonna look at the roof, gonna look at anything that's around the siding, he's gonna check out all the doors, see loose windows. It's basically a home inspection for a business. And an estimated cost would be under $100, so what we're looking for is the board.
Under $1,000.
Under
$1,000, to be under $1,000. We're looking for the board to just make a motion to approve not to exceed on this.
I'll make a motion not to exceed $1,000 for a professional inspection of the buildings.
Mary made a motion, can we get a second?
I'll second.
I'll make the second to move it on.
Kara made it, Ken.
Tara made it?
Yeah.
Good, that's the case, so I don't have to do it then.
We should turn the mics on so he.
Oh, this is a money thing, can we get,
Oh, what-
discussion?
It's got a second, we need discussion.
Isn't that what I just said?
So you
I
just-
said we got a motion, and a second, we have discussion.
Hold down.
Yeah, let's get.
Hold
the
on,
mic-
Gary,
let's
we'll
get
get
the
through
mics
this.
on.
Yeah,
Jeez, oh, Patesies.
what is the reasoning behind hiring?
I can help you with that. Because we have so many people saying every building needs different things. And so I myself talked to a home inspector, a professional, that's also a contractor. What he does is he does the whole thing. He'll tell us how old the roof is, when it'll need to be replaced, how old everything is. So then we could use that as a checklist to go down.
So what it is, it's an itemized
He'll do items,
inspection.
he'll do pictures.
It's like getting a 40-point inspection on your car at the dealership.
Yeah, it's,
And
But it-
unbiased.
it would give us a guide
Yeah, yeah.
on what needs to be done, and it'll help us with budgeting and bidding and all that. I mean, cause where I might think you need a new roof, you might think it needs a patch job, or I might think we need something, and you know, this way it's a professional telling us what we need, and we can go down that.
Okey dokey.
Any other discussion? The roll call vote, Jason,
Yes,
Carl,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes,
Gary,
Yes,
Ken and Jim. Well, we're gonna skip the heater. I
Yep.
wanted to be taken off the agenda,
yep.
we can do it Tuesday.
okay with that?
Yep.
Access to the fire station. We're doing a lot of bids down at Station 2. We got a bid for the plumbing, we got a bid for the well. We're probably working on a bid for an additional heater to get a cost for that. We are gonna get this estimate going through, and then we're probably gonna start bidding out work, so the board knows what it's gonna cost to do some of these estimates that we get. And we're just gonna have to have access to be able to come in there. We gotta talk about how we're gonna get access to contractors to come in and fix and be able to access and enter and leave the fire station. And we do have a current SOP that requires a firefighter or somebody there with them.
Is it a firefighter or a board member? Wasn't it?
Yeah,
It can be a board member from what I understand, but the fire chief has to be notified too.
I would like to know that someone's at my station.
Oh, yeah,
That's-
He should be notified every time.
And that's
something-
fair.
And that's,
that, yeah, yeah.
so,
And then if you want to designate somebody, if you can't be there or whatever, then that's up to you,
Yeah.
but yeah. My comment would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know how these codes work. If we're gonna have inspectors and contractors come in, I would suggest, and I don't know if it can be done,
you want.
let me, let me back up a minute. When you punch in a code,
So,
that code is registered to somebody.
so at Station 2, we have internet. At Station 2, we have good internet. So we have Wi-Fi driven door locks. All of us have our own codes. UPS has their own code. Delivery people have their own code.
Okay, okay.
Service people are given their own code, but over at one, it's one code. It's just because it's an old door lock. and-
Okay, okay.
Insufficient internet access.
Okay, so my thought process was, we're gonna have these inspectors and contractors or whatever, but can we assign one code to those people? If it's not an individual code, so you know, okay, this guy was here, that guy was there, Gary was over here, Gary was over there.
I can see if there's still a manual for that door lock. I mean, it's not terribly old, but, and then I can throw a couple more codes in there.
Or maybe Google it or something, or, yeah, So I guess my question would be, if it's available, could you assign one code to service personnel? Or if it's
Say
assignable,
board members could have their own code. Deliveries can go there as well. So I mean, it'd be the same idea as Station 2. It's just the door lock that's currently there is far less tech savvy than the ones that we have on Station 2.
Okay,
on
okay,
52nd,
so- but you
It can
don't
be
know,
done.
you don't
It can be
know,
done. Yeah,
it can be done.
but I gotta, as far as the door locks at Station 1 currently, I don't know if we have the manual for it anymore, so I wouldn't be able to add or take any away on that one. So we might just be stuck with the current code.
One code.
Yeah.
Okay. That was my only comment. I didn't know if you could specialize.
I got a feeling we're gonna have a contractor, after today, we will issue a bid to, replace the piping. That way we can test the washing machine.
Yeah.
And the toilet and the sinks and the drains on the sinks and see what other problems we have. We also got a well man that's gonna have to come in there, and we're probably gonna start this work sometime next week,
No,
so.
I understand what you're saying.
So-
My question was, do we need a special code for everybody or do we just
It's
have
all
one
at
code?
it's all at Station 1.
Yeah.
It'll be all at
that works,
Station
yeah.
1.
So yeah,
And it's only got one
just
to get in the
Oh,
door.
okay, that's all I needed to know.
And then I'm gonna be there, or Dixie's gonna be there, probably with them while they're working.
Gotta notify the man.
We would notify him before we go.
It sounds more ominous. It's just, I just wanna know that someone's there. That way we don't get in your way. One of those things. Oh, I know that you're in the building
No,
or whatever.
guys,
So
you should know
Uh,
that.
22 will also be back at the station this week, so.
Okay,
The pump works.
They said that everything seems to be operating.
Oh,
You guys cleared for the work.
Well,
I think
well,
12 grand for the work, so.
Right.
I haven't heard anything overly negative since they started doing the work, so it'll be a conversation that I still have to have with Cody. So, thanks, Spencer.
Do you have a
Well, we
question?
might wanna coordinate having you pull that out for, they're gonna be using scaffolding to go across.
Mhm.
Your pipe's gonna go across the ceiling underneath, outside the lights.
if,
And not
Well,
go
that
up.
was why I was letting you know, cause we're gonna need to coordinate getting that out of your
Well,
way. Just one of those deals.
Yeah,
So,
if you move stuff around in two, there's room to plug it in there.
yeah,
Yep, there is, yeah. Okay, so it's out of their way for
Are
down
we-
there.
Are we doing anything here? Are we moving on or what's going
Yeah,
on?
yeah,
we're
right,
moving on. We got a plan. We don't need any other discussion.
yeah.
We
okay.
got 4 bids for the low pressure water piping, do we have the bid package for the bids, you got that? Mary got it?
Dixie copied it for us. We have it.
Yeah,
If I don't have one.
They're right here in your little spot. I guess I didn't give it to you. Sorry about that.
Is that on the agenda? This,
we can.
Yeah,
Well, we have-
number,
Okay.
4, F4.
All we have is
that
the,
wasn't in the.
I don't, all we have is the sheet. It's on that.
Is there,
We,
is there a new agenda?
we have, bidder one that if you compare it like for like, theirs was 14,725. Bidder 2 was $3,200 like for like. And bidder 3 was 6,899. And bidder 4 was just for the pump. We only got one bid for that.
Go ahead, Dixie.
There, based on these bids, there are 2 different disciplines here. The pump and well person only does pump and wells. The other one are plumbers who do the inside of the building. So bid number 1, 2, and 3 are from plumbers. And bid number 4 is from a well guy. I had requested another bid from a local well person who declined to bid. So what I did was I took the bid forms from the various people, companies. And I put down exactly what it is that they charge. And as you can see here, if it was included in the total, I said included, if not, so basically their total bid is the gold line. And then down below that, I was doing comparisons, like, for example, bidder number 2 did not include the toilet
Right,
or the faucet. So you can see down below where I put toilet and faucet for bidder number 2 to make it comparable.
And they're all licensed and insured.
Pardon me?
They're all licensed and insured.
2 of them are companies that are well-known in the area. The other one is, said that he would get a permit, and they are LLC names.
Okay,
And the license has to come from, the permit has to come from the state of Michigan.
okay. So the reason we need to approve this is so we can get the water lines fixed this week, so we can
Yep.
test the washer,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Okay,
Does the insurance company have to approve this at all, or just?
No,
We-
they wanted, when we got information, they wanted, once we get if we show them bids, that's.
We'll
all we're
submit
looking
it.
For the 3 bids.
submit it, right.
And if we prove it today, I will be emailing them tomorrow.
So what we have to do, correct me if I'm wrong, is the bottom line on the comparable bids. We have to add the 2365 to those to get the total amount.
Sorry, but I had it done the bottom line.
correct.
Right.
The
No.
replacement fund to
Yeah.
install new
Oh,
control
oh,
panel.
I missed it. Good, okay,
The
good.
bottom line is the comparable for all 3 of them by adding everything that they're missing
Yeah,
that the
yeah,
other
yeah,
one did.
yeah, yeah,
So basically bidder number 2 is low bid.
yep. And that covers it all.
Yeah, because it's well done.
That's right. That's right. No, yeah, I get that.
And his bid includes the hot water heater, replacing all the water lines.
It's crazy to me, the discrepancy on the amounts, isn't it?
Yeah.
People are,
Why are these blind bids?
According to our procedure, bidders are supposed to be blind. There is a list of bidders that you can get right after you decide which bidder you.
I don't feel like we've done that before, have we?
I don't know if we've ever followed our actual procedure policy on bidding.
Okay,
Typically, when you open the bids, you get to see.
You can do it on all
Yeah,
bid.
yeah.
I mean, you could have them right now if you want. We talked about,
And I have it.
why do we care who it is?
As long
As
as.
long
I
as
don't
they're
care.
licensed and insured.
reputation.
Yeah,
I
if
mean-
I had full experience with a certain contractor, I wouldn't wanna be awarding.
I can go over it. I only have 1 copy, so I got something. The bidder number 1 at 14,725 is Lake Shore Plumbing and Septic out of Bangor.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait,
Okay. Bidder number 2 is Pride Plumbing and Mechanical LLC out of Mattawan.
right, yeah, okay.
Okay. Bidder number 3 is Fields Plumbing and Heating out of Lawrence. I also, I made a phone call to, Great Lakes Plumbing. And I spoke to their office personnel, and they said that Tyler, that he was out of the office and that if he was interested in bidding, that he would be back in touch on Monday. Never got to that. So that's the plumbing side of it. For the well side, the bid is from Found Well Drilling out of Papa.
Okay.
I went to Coops in Holland and they declined to bid.
Did you try Dell's in Bloomingdale?
No,
They don't do the high pressure, Dell.
Oh, high pressure, okay, yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Found does all the, most of the
Found-
berries.
Found,
They're
yeah.
good.
Found has a very good reputation.
Thank you, Dixie.
Thanks for doing all that work,
Thanks,
Dixie.
Dixie.
Good work, Dixie. Do
I'll
we-
take a motion.
To,
I would, based on the information and me living in Mattawan for a number of years. I am familiar with Pride and they do, I have not heard anything bad about them. I don't know if the rest of the board has or not, but, I don't know.
Should we do a not to exceed in case they go over a little over?
when he was at the station, he came up with a lot of good points on how to route it and to keep it away from the wall and how to cut down the number of,
Right,
lines you
rerouting,
have
yeah.
and, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I was down there with you.
Yeah, I mean, he seemed really with it.
Pretty straightforward plumbing job anyway, isn't it?
What's that?
Yeah,
Not particularly complicated plumbing anyway.
now,
No, it's all open and.
the only comment I have on this or question. I think at the time, they were gonna do two bids, one with PVC as, this is all Plex? Okay, so this is the expandable Plex that he was talking about. Okay, that's better. Yeah.
It's actually cheaper than PVC.
Are you in the middle of a motion or doing?
I will move, based on anything, unless there's other other discussion, that we accept Pride's bid for not to exceed $7,000 regarding the water replacement lines as Fire Station 1.
I'll second it,
You second that, Mary?
yes.
Any discussion?
I would just say. Typically, when I see bids with this much range. Particularly between the bottom and the top, the middle one usually is more attractive to me because I feel like maybe the bottom one forgot something. So even aside from knowing who they were, I was inclined to lead toward the 9,000 to make sure we got the job done right. I don't know anything about Pride though, so if you guys have had good experience with Pride, I will take that recommendation. I've worked with Fields in the past on commercial projects, larger type projects, and they did a good job. I'll just say that, but I guess in the end, as long as we're getting a good quality job, it doesn't matter to me.
Dixie, was Fields, PEX, was that a PEX?
Yes,
They're all PEX?
the fluctuating three. phase
Right, right,
with
right.
Protection around it.
Right,
That's what the guy
Yeah.
quoted us, right?
Yes, it's tax.
okay.
That was-
Were you both with each of these contractors when they did a walkthrough and talked about it?
I think Dixie and I were with them separately, because I was talking to the guy while I was babysitting the heater. So they came out and they were messing around with it, so I got one guy's kinda outtake on it, then it was you, myself and Jeremy, a guy from Fields came out, and that was when he was in, I think you showed up too, Gary. Or it might have been when you were working with Joe.
Yeah, yeah.
But, yeah, we asked him what materials he was planning on using. Are we gonna run everything straight down the same alleys again or anything like that, so.
Well, Ken, you mentioned somebody suggested, I think it was Pride rerouting things to get away from the walls. Is there any other, like, do you guys have any other opinions of things that these contractors said or how they talked about it that would lead you to be inclined toward one or the other? Outside of price? Like, did one of them really seem like they know what they were talking about, or?
Well, they're all licensed bumpers. So
I would have to
they're all
see
gotta
the
Meet a
materials.
certain standard. that-
Okay, I'm just trying to get as much info to make a
Rick
decision.
was, like I said, he looked at it very well, he thought about it real hard, and he even talked about the height and what he'd have to do. to
I
get up
think
there.
as long as
I'm good.
these are all PEX and stuff, it's same type of material, I still go with my motion for Pride.
I'm good.
Do we need to add that out of that 7,000 we're paying pounds? Or do you think that's self-explanatory in there?
Oh,
Not to exceed
Well, it's
7,000,
included-
pride and pound.
for Pride, yeah, better add found in there for well drilling.
That would be like $2,500 more.
Well, you've got it added right here, replace,
You've got it added into the code.
replace pump and tank.
Do you wanna make two motions for the same,
No, at the
whatever,
bottom,
one
don't you
for
have
the
it?
Pride and one for the well bag?
Dixie, at the
Yeah.
bottom, isn't that what that is? That
That's
2365 across?
Well, yeah, there's comparable bidders number 1, 2, and 3, whereas number 4 is found, that's separate. No one else would do the injection well.
Okay, but
But you add.
but we just did this because it's right here, under bidder 2. Replace pump and tank, install new manifold, 2365, which is Found's bid. My question is, we did a total not to exceed 7,000. That includes Found and Pride.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're
you
there.
should-
Gary, would you be willing to make two separate motions for the
Yeah.
two different bills, just
Yeah.
to make it clean?
Yeah, yeah. So. I would move, I retract my initial motion. Get my phone to work. We've got,
Sponsor alone was 2,365. So if you made a bid not to exceed 2,500, you'd be fine.
For Found. What was Pride's actual quote?
Pride's bid,
6,000.
Pride's bid would
Pride
be
was 3,200.
for
200.
39.50 with the toilet and the
39
bathroom. faucet.
39.50 is Pride's without the found amount in there. So I would move that we, my motion to accept the bidder two Pride for not to exceed $4,500.
And this job's kind of gonna be possibly a multi-phase. Unfortunately, once he gets everything connected up, and maybe something else is found that's wrong.
Right.
As far as
Right.
what they're doing right now, so
Well, this is for this particular bid, so, yeah,
I'm just putting that in.
yeah.
Yeah, good point.
I haven't worked with any of the people on this.
Cause the toilet may need to be replaced, well,
Yeah.
that's in here and stuff, but anyway, yeah. There may be a leak someplace, so yeah, understandable. Anyway, that's my motion, Pride's amount not to exceed $4,500. For the installation of the water lines.
Mary, you still seconding that?
Yes,
Is there any more discussion? This is a roll call, Jason,
Yes.
Cara,
Yes.
Mary,
yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Kenzie, yes, all yeses. Now,
I would,
Gary, you wanna make a motion for,
I would also move that we accept bidder four, which is found, well drilling. For replacing the well in the tank for not to exceed $3,000.
can I get a second
I'll second it.
discussion? No discussion, roll call vote, Jason,
Yes.
Cara,
Yes.
Mary,
Yep.
Gary,
Yes.
and yeah. Wage resolution. Everyone got a copy of that? It's up on the screen if you need to look into there.
Is mine the only, no, everybody's got a red line copy? Okay, these figures that came off to the side. Where did those figures come from? Or how were they established?
I think they were from the January preliminary budget. Is that right?
Yeah, I think they were, and I'll speak to that, cause I may have even been the one that was trying to work some of these numbers around at the time. I think at the time when we had a preliminary budget meeting in January, we were just looking for possible ways to free up money in the budget. And with the proposed idea of full-time chief, there was at least an initial idea that perhaps some of the officer salaries could be readjusted, but I believe at our last meeting, Mary made the case that we shouldn't go backwards on some of those. I think subsequently talking to Chief Mackey, you don't anticipate filling the lieutenant officer spots in the near future. So, personally speaking, I would be comfortable leaving those where they were. I guess based somewhat on the premise that we know that there'll at least be a $4,000 reduction in officers' compensation because the lieutenant spots will not be filled. So does that answer your question, Gary? I think those were just preliminary suggested cuts that maybe we've kind of walked back on.
Should we caveat that when those positions are filled with somebody new, these would be the rates?
I think we had decided that, when new bodies take our, the next time we
The
hear
next
someone's
position.
retiring or anything like that, say Jeremy is stepping down, maybe we take another look at those figures. I think that was what we were leaning at.
And since we have to do wage resolutions annually and you don't anticipate any new movement there this year,
At least this year.
we could address it next time we do wage resolutions, right? Is that correct?
So if what you're saying is correct and I'm following you correct. Currently now with the chief and daytime, that's 55,000. We got the chief in here at 60. So we have to come up with another 5. If we leave the rest of these just like they are. Is that what you're saying?
No, not really. I mean, what you're trying to do is talk about the budget as a whole. I'm just simply saying this piece of the budget for wages.
I think you're trying to balance the wages.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, because we're gonna need this for the budget.
Correct. So, well,
Now, if there's room for this other 5 someplace, that's fine.
I don't know that we need to balance it within the wage bucket, is what I'm saying. There's other money we can move around, but to your point, if we have 2 lieutenants at 2,000 apiece that are not being filled, that's 4,000 of the 5 right there.
Right,
So really, there's
right.
only $1,000 discrepancy
Okay.
that I think could come elsewhere in the emergency service budget.
Yeah, that's all.
Does that make sense?
That's all, yeah.
Okay.
that's fine.
Since the lieutenant spots are open, you could adjust that line now without harming anybody. It doesn't actually impact this year's
That,
budget.
yeah,
and
that
it's
was my
done
thought
for
too.
a Future year.
Well,
Or since we do this annually, and you're not planning on doing anything right now anyway, then I don't have an issue with it.
If he changes his mind, we'll say, we'll just do an amendment to this before we say yes.
If it's needed.
If it's needed, so.
Like I said,
Well, I think we always talk about this daytime. Maybe not necessarily be full-time, but a on-call position. Because he's probably not gonna be available for daytime at some time.
Well, that's
Still gonna have to.
that's why we have it on
Put it on
call.
call or do something.
That's why we have it on call. So somebody else can respond if he's not available.
So do we need to increase? Like, they're gonna do that for the on-call that we have?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
he's gonna be full-time.
and if he's not
You
in
don't
the,
get vacation?
Oh,
well, that's why we
Ken?
have life. They can.
I'm just saying that you got that opening, well, how are you gonna fill
that's up to the chief.
That's called on call
That's called on-call.
or life E EMS.
it? So it's gonna be an AES level,
Mutually.
paid on call. For that,
Sure.
okay?
and what is, all those are struck through on the red line. What is that rate? Is it
I don't see it.
20 an hour?
No. On call is.
That's just-
16 and
Oh.
19, depending on.
That,
how-
Sorry.
that was salary. That
Based on
was
their
salary,
schedule.
Jason, not
Okay.
on-call.
Okay, so we're eliminating level 1.
Correct.
Two's already established.
Hmm.
And 3.
And then this construction are gonna be a daily wage of $30 per member, there's 3 members. So that's gonna be per day.
Okay,
What,
The construction board, it was $30 a day, like,
did we have to,
well, it's part of it. You gotta scroll down a little bit.
Per day,
It's down at the bottom.
oh, it's at the
Per
bottom.
day?
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, they'll meet
Instead of per meeting.
for
So
a meeting.
They have two meetings.
We're not gonna, if they have two meetings one day, we're still paying them for one day they're there, they can deal with it.
What,
I don't expect any meetings besides an organizational meeting every 2 years.
Construction
what was
board,
it, $30?
$30 a day.
$30.
how many hours could those go?
We've never had.
The first time they gotta get their bylaws and establish all this stuff, that's probably a couple hours.
I mean, that's a 6 hour meeting, we're paying them $5 an hour.
Well, they're mostly volunteers, so it's like.
But again, there's never been a hearing in Columbia Township over construction code.
Okay,
But you gotta have them if you got electrical inspector, construction inspector, and if you're gonna get the HVAC. Mechanical. Okay, we good there? We need a motion to
I wanted to-
provide this.
I just wanted to clarify one thing. So when we've got 60,000 for the chief. It's 55 is the salary, 5 of that is a stipend for, health insurance, 401k or whatever. I just think those two need to be differentiated.
That's up to his discretion,
It is. I mean, but we're gonna pay him the 60.
right?
But it
Well,
needs to be in the- I need it-
you should have another, you should write that up there that 55,000 salary and 5,000
So can you divide that here? 5,000 for
benefits.
benefits.
I guess that's the best way to say it.
Yeah.
For self-directed benefits.
Self-directed.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Self-directed benefits, it's more. for
Correct,
him
self-directed
than-
benefits.
you're just saying, Mary, that needs to be a separate line on
Just
this?
separate for
Yeah.
the, yeah.
Okay.
I need it for accounting to be separate.
Yep.
And I also need it so that, people understand that we don't provide benefits, but we are providing this so you can get self-directed.
I'm assuming the chief also gets, on-call hourly?
Correct,
Okay,
correct.
After hour,
After
Yeah.
hour.
yes.
call back, if
Yeah.
that's called. Like, yeah,
Whatever you call
whatever that's called.
it.
As far as,
Do you wanna change that pay schedule to bi-weekly for the chief?
you do it twice, right? So, yeah.
So right now it's on this
That's
it's
fine.
monthly, so you want it.
Yeah, bi-weekly is gonna,
Weekly.
it's hard to go month to month.
It's hard to go by.
That work? That work?
That's fine.
Hey, that's your problem.
Yeah, see,
Well, it's called semi-monthly.
Yeah. So twice a month, semi-monthly is how we do it.
All right,
It's, I see you, I should shut up, but you just came up with a salary for the chief for a new job description. And I just, is there a point at which he's been formally offered and accepted, or is that just assumed?
that's a different,
Well,
I mean,
different
If
line
he
items?
doesn't want this, then we
Okay.
have. we will
We're
say
approving
this
this
is-
for a
Wage
chief.
Schedule.
Yeah.
This
Okay,
is just the wage schedule.
Yep.
okay.
I have a question. Why is the wage schedule approved before the budget?
Because they use those figures in the budget,
Okay.
so we can use them in the budget.
Okay.
Yeah,
so it's a tangible number rather than. A
Just a-
hypothetical.
yeah. So if we got in the budget and said, oh, well, now we're only gonna pay 30,
Right.
right?
all right, I think we're ready for a motion. I'll make a motion to approve wage resolution 2026-09-009 with noted changes.
Jason made a motion, do I have a second?
Second,
Harry made a second, discussion? Hearing none, money, roll call, Jason,
Yes,
Cara,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Gary,
yes,
and yes. Cost effective purchasing of supplies.
if you guys aren't interested in spending a bunch of time on this, we don't need to. I don't have a problem with you buying things from Costco. There are things that we're gonna get from Landers, but
What kind of
Toilet
things from
paper.
Landers?
if I get a chainsaw blade or
Oh,
things of
yeah.
that sort, like,
I didn't cancel that.
yeah, so, I mean, I'm totally fine with the toilet paper coming from Costco. I am totally paper towel, air fresheners. That's fine. It's gonna be cheaper through that. That's an avenue to save money. I'm fine with that.
One-way products, basically.
I'm fine.
I'll change Landers. We'll see who's already a signer on there, but
I,
I think you are.
it should just be, well, JC's probably still on there, but it's,
Yeah.
the officers are usually the ones that have the account there. Yeah, I don't, Steven can't go in, so, yeah, it should
I'll
just be
figure it
the
out.
officers and JC.
You
Do we need to do anything with this?
No.
We have a purchasing policy, we're gonna use that, right?
Yep.
The next one is, construction,
Ken, sorry, I have a question on that. So you're saying we have a purchasing policy in existence, or are we,
It's right
because this is a resolution, if we're gonna do this, we gotta vote on this resolution.
We have a policy.
We do?
Mhm.
Is that what this is?
Yeah, that's our policy.
That-
Okay.
Yeah, from 2022.
Well, Jason, the reason for it even being brought up is that you go to Landers and they have this online site with their computer up at the desk. You go, hey, I need a box of toilet paper, or I need a box of paper towel, and I don't know what the price is because I don't know what the price is. So I'm assuming that you guys have seen it and gone, well, I can definitely get it way lower at Costco.
Yeah, $13.99 for 2 rolls of paper towel. And we're just trying to be as efficient as possible. And this is with all of the purchasing, I mean,
Sorry, I didn't realize I was thinking this was a new resolution.
No.
So, sorry.
All set?
Yep,
Construction, Board of Appeals appointments, I really need to get 2 people to get it put together. So I, would like to, appoint Dixie Bovek. She brings construction project experience, administrative skills, and a business background. She can kind of follow the procedures, can read law. And I would, make a motion that she be one of the members of the Construction Board of Appeals.
How many do you need?
Pardon?
How many members do you have to have?
I have to have a minimum of 3, but I can run with 2 to have a quorum, as long as they agree.
you wanna do it? Dixie?
I guess so.
but this will get us started enough to at least form it so that we can move on until we get the third person.
I need 2 people. I need to get them to get together, get their bylaws and
Right,
set up. And then I can take that set up and tell the state of Michigan that I have a
construction board. Okay,
Construction Board of Appeals, and then we will be good with Michigan, Township Services and hiring the, mechanical inspector.
I second your motion, Ken.
What would the term ending date be?
Basically, I'm recommending, Dixie Kovac as a member of the Construction Board of Appeals.
Well, but when would the term, like, how long is the term?
What's the term?
Term is, 2 years.
So would it end like today, 2 years from now, or
No, it
like
will-
December 31st?
It will work out, go to December 31st of
27.
2027.
27.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Okay, we got a motion, got a second. Any further discussion? That's a roll call. Jason,
Yes.
Tara,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes,
Gary.
yes,
The second member I'd like to appoint is Frank Gubishek Jr. He's a retired Chicago Electric Union member. He's very knowledgeable of codes and standards, even the city standards, which are more excessive over federal or state laws that we have. And he's got an extensive experience with large scale electrical projects and hands-on knowledge of electrical codes and installation. So I'm making a motion that, we appoint Frank to the Construction Board of Appeals, through December 31st, 2027. Can I get a second?
So moved.
Gary made a second. Discussion? Roll call vote. Jason?
Yes,
Carl?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Ken, yes. Thank you. I'd like to get that thing off my plate to finish. Fire fund, budget review. I sent you this, this little, document here. Looking at everything and trying to figure out how we can, accomplish what we want to accomplish. And when you look at your ending fund balance, this is your ending fund balance as we are today. Well, right here, we're talking about the number. I think this is gonna be higher because we didn't, spend some of the stuff that we thought we were gonna spend. So I think this is gonna go up more than the $12,000. What I've done is I've looked at 26-27 as of the first and the original 2027 that was put out there where we're borrowing money from the township. This latest one for today, before I put in 300,000 just so you can see what it looks like. And where your fund budget is and how it would work out. Now, if I scroll down this, you're gonna see all the capital stuff that falls into this schedule. So if we're gonna buy a truck, well, this one, it was 390 or is that 300? 390?
390.
390, which would be the total cost. This one's 150. And then you got these expenses. Now, some of these expenses we pick out because 27, 22, it has to be replaced at some point in time. Did they do a certified test?
It's the only way it can be put back into service.
They have to do that later? Okay.
It's part of what Spencer already quoted. So it was part of that initial quote that they sent. So.
Well, I was kind of hoping they would do that as part of the assurance to get it back in.
Yeah, like I said, that invoice that you, or the estimate that everybody already voted on.
Yeah.
It was part of that, the recertification component, so.
Okay. But anyways, we can push some of this stuff out here, but they're all gonna start lining up on top of each other. That's where the problem gets in for future. So even if you only look at like 5 years out or 6 years out, you're gonna start looking at things where up here, if you're paying back your loan, you're borrowing 300,000, you're gonna pay this much money, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. This year, you're gonna have to borrow 70 to keep up, then you're gonna have 14, 14, 14, and all your loans are gonna keep coming up to where you've got all these loans that you gotta pay for funding your fund balance, because if you take out a loan, you have to pay it back. And if you're paying the loan back, it's gonna be the amount of money that you have to pay up here. That's what we need up here, but we gotta pay the loan back. With these numbers down here, the 50,000, let me get it down further. I only got it down to part, didn't I? No, gotta go the other way. Stop using that. This is all the loans, all the stuff in yellow is loans that we would be accumulating to keep. And what I'm trying to say is that if I got this much money coming in as revenue, and if my O and M is this, I'm not gonna be able to keep up with the cost increase of our revenue versus our expenses. On the other hand, I also have to come down to this ending fund balance, and I have to have enough money to be able to cover next year's O and M. So down here, there's gotta be somewhere around 250 to 270 to keep up was just the cost of a year. And that's where the problem is of, if we buy something this year and we are gonna have to pay the loan back starting next year, we're going to run into a problem as we have other capital improvements and stuff that we have to pay for the fire department. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay, have that. Tell me what you wanna do.
I'm just respectfully, no, I think maybe, I'm guessing there's some assumptions in here for additional capital expenditures that we haven't discussed yet, which may be needed, but I don't know. I guess what I would like to do, if it's okay, is I'd like to have you maybe show me where this is not gonna work. The original, because I did do a 7-year projection. Granted, I don't have some of the, I think the large capital expenditures that you threw in there. I saw there was a $100,000 renovation of Station 2, which I think maybe some of these bids that we just approved are gonna determine if we need those, but I keep running these numbers, Ken, and I don't see the fund balance dropping. If we do it a certain way. Can you guys share that one so I can make sure everybody has one of these? I assume you guys want one. Do you have one?
No, thank you.
And by the way, I'm open to this being wrong if I missed something, but I do have an extra one, guys, so you don't have to share.
Well, it's nice to hear.
You wanna cuddle?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So. Let me just walk through this a little bit and I'll try to point this out so you guys can follow along. I think anytime you have a spreadsheet and there's a lot of numbers, it gets overwhelming, but. So here's a couple assumptions to start with on this spreadsheet. And there's notes at the bottom. I think our new total cost of the mini pumper sits at $440 right now, if I'm not mistaken. I did just a very basic interest calculation if we could get a 5.75% note, which I think is probably relatively close to what you could get for equipment or a business loan, somewhere in the neighborhood of $42,000 in interest, if we did a 5-year payment plan. So that was the number I was working with. I guess maybe to start, Ken, when we initially started on this, we were working with a different fund balance on the fire fund. But if you start at the top, that's the beginning fund balance of the fire fund only. This is only fire fund activity.
It should be pretty close, John.
So let's just look at fiscal year 2026-27, the current year. What I'm semi-proposing, and some of these numbers can be flexible, like the ones that have the thick black box around them are numbers in my mind that you could adjust based on what your objectives were. But if we took 81,000, well, first of all, we'll start with the projected tax revenue of 250. I think those numbers are right. I did a 2% increase every year for 7 years on just projected tax revenue. 81,000 comes from a capital funds balance that we identified could be used for some sort of equipment purchase. And then if we took the interest earned in our interest account and we only used 40% of that, which is what the general fund and the fire fund make up of that balance. So we're only allocating the proportional percent of interest. Are you following me, Ken, or are you doing something different on your spreadsheet?
I'm gonna fill in your numbers.
Oh, I don't think you should do that, but I mean, if you want to, your spreadsheet's just way different than mine. But I guess if you want to.
It'll actually show where we have the differences.
I would love to make sure, I would love to have you follow this and see if I'm wrong on any of this, because I might be. I think we could allocate 24,000 in interest.
No,
Why not?
you can't take money from interest and put it in a different fund than the fund that it has. So whatever the fund balance is, the interest rate would be equivalent to the rate that we receive to that fund.
That's what this is.
My understanding is
The road fund gets the road fund.
this doesn't have road fund interest in it. The only interest this has is fire fund and general fund. which accounts for 40% of our overall fund balance. So we can take 40% of the interest and allocate it toward this project. Is that correct, Mary?
Yes,
You
Okay.
can take half from,
we can take it from the general
We can-
fund,
you can take it from the general fund, but you could
but we won't
take a
do
lot
the,
more money from the general fund if you want.
Okay,
That will
well,
solve a lot of problems.
let's follow what
Go.
we've got here,
Okay.
so we don't go down a rabbit hole.
So anyways. That interest earned transfer, that line of 24,000, I've got us pulling 24,000 in annual interest earned every year for 4 years. And that does represent 40%, so I think that's a valid number. So in year one, we have access to 105,000 that we can contribute to the fire truck. Then if you go down to the next section that's largely white with the red line at the bottom, that's kind of the aggregate fire fund itself. Each of those lines are different departments that are all kind of rolled into one number, so we didn't have like too many numbers on the spreadsheet. But then if you go down to the red line, that's kind of a new line item, and that would be the capital expenditure line. So I'm estimating or suggesting that we put a $205,000 down payment on the truck, which would be 100,000 from the fire fund, current fire fund, and 105,000 contribution from the board in the form of 81,000 from the project fund balance and 24,000 interest. So this is that operating surplus deficit line there, where year one is 71,000 in the hole. The reason that 71,000 over operating budget is we're pulling $100,000 out. I'm including that in the annual budget. I don't know if that's technically how we would need to do it, but that's why that number's red. So year one, we buy the truck, $205,000 of the purchase price of the truck is a down payment, which leaves a remaining balance, you'll see at the bottom, of $277,300. Paid off in 4 years is $69,325 per year. So on that line, on that red line, Department 201,342, that's what the fire truck payments are. So year one, it's 205. Year two, it's 69,325. Those are the monthly payments. Year five, where it jumps to 98,025, that's because it includes the final loan payment of 69,325 plus year one of repaying the general fund back. Because we said if we wanted to loan them money, we wanted it to be paid back. So the total amount of money that the fire department is borrowing from us over this course of this purchase is $287,000. So I just put in there, and this could be also adjustable, but I just put in there a 10-year repayment plan. So for 10 years, we'll have to pull out 28,700 from their budget. So it starts in year five. That's why that number jumps to 98,000. Additional sources of funding, if you jump back up to the top, year two, we still have the 24,000 in interest. I'm assuming that when we buy a third truck or fourth truck it is, I'm not sure, we can get rid of one of our trucks. I don't know what the number would be, but I put 75,000 in there as seems like a reasonable cost that we could get for one of our trucks. Assuming it's moderately functional.
Regardless of it being 22 or 70, we'll get at least 75.
Okay, so that's a low number. So year two, we have 99,000 that we can contribute into the fire budget to make these payments. But what the thing I want you to see is, starting in year two, because we're helping with this purchase, the operating budget is at a surplus of 58,000 right away. So the fire fund balance is actually going up at that point. And it goes up for the next 3 years by 58,000, 39,000, and 39,000. So if you keep looking at the bottom, that remaining fire fund balance, it never dips until year five, when they start the payoff, and it has the last payment of the fire truck. But then after that, it goes back to being balanced. But my point that I think, Ken, is I don't understand exactly how you're arriving at the final number you are, but the way I'm laying this out, as of year 7, the fire fund balance appears to be 505,000. Like we're not losing money in the fire fund balance. Now, again, if there's other big purchases that are in your numbers that I don't have on here, I get it. But I think I just wanted to show that we can afford a fire truck and it doesn't blitz the fire fund. And there's a clear path to where the board helps out with the purchase and how we get paid back. So, did I miss anything?
So what this is actually saying is if we use these numbers. And actually, Chief just said that the 75,000 is actually probably a low number. And if it's more than that, the remaining fire fund balance is gonna be better than what it shows on here. And we're always in the position where we have to have an operating amount for the fire fund every year, which is 200 and something, right?
Right.
So it looks like it's, I'm gonna say pretty steady. It's around 500,000, give or take a couple of bucks here and there, but which is more than what is needed.
Yeah.
The total funds transferred, is that counted twice? Because when I sum up the beginning fund balance of 396 plus the projected revenue of 250 plus the 105, I don't come up to 856.
4, 650, 105. Let me look on my actual spreadsheet, Dixie.
Mary, was whatever you ended up doing, there was a growth account that you talked about, you did this year.
Yeah.
Jeremy has brought it up a few times about getting it, we know it's our account. But not letting other people know it's our account. Would it be possible to put something like that in a growth account to account for?
It's in a growth account right now.
Okay,
It is, so that's where some of.
Dixie, in column C, you are correct. The formula is through D. The rest of them are D10. That one for some reason is D11. You're right. Let me fix that real quick. Good catch. That's why I wanted other people to look at this. I've been looking at it too long. Okay, so I adjusted that on my computer. I'll let Kara look at it.
Oh, look over on the screen here. Jason. I've added up your numbers and I come up with within the numbers that you have. You have 105,000. And if I add this column up, I get 236.40. Like, that's this right here. That's my equation right up there. And you got 205,000.
No, 205 is just the down payment on the truck. That doesn't include the rest of my total appropriations are 426.
101, 23, 42.
The amounts are different in 201 through 240.
Which
I'm
one?
right here on that.
This amount's different than.
Well, he has additional things factored into some of his budget.
Back into that.
No,
That's your
no,
number.
but hold on, Ken.
107.
Ken, my number,
I don't care.
no, my number is, look at total appropriations.
Yeah.
The gray one, 426,740.
Yeah,
That's your number there, plus 205 for the payment on the truck.
Yeah, 221.
And you have slightly different numbers than I do, but my appropriations for year one are not 205, it's 426,740.
this 205
Yes,
should be adding up those numbers, right?
it's not, no,
What it says.
that's a separate department, Ken.
It's a down payment.
This is,
That's your down payment.
this is the capital purchase line. That's the total.
That's your payoff, right? Payback, okay.
Yeah. So Dixie, when I fix that formula in column C, it obviously adjusts everything out, but what I'll say is, maybe the best way to put it is, at the end of the line, year 7, remaining fire fund balance is now 400,392. So it was off by that 105 that was double counted.
How do you write it, the operating surplus / deficit, that 71,000, which I realize will change? But what's the numbers that come up with the negative 71,000?
Well, the reason it's negative 71 in the first year is because the fire department has all its normal annual expenses, plus we're pulling 100,000 out of their fund to pay for that down payment on the truck. So it's, if I took the 100,000 out of there, it actually would be a surplus for the year under normal operating, but I just included the down payment because really that's what we're kind of looking at is where all this money is coming and going every year, as it relates specifically to the fire fund. So I could reprint this real quick if anybody wants it, but
So, so the gist of it is that the, general fund is going to, I'll call donate, $96,000 of their interest income to the fire fund.
yes,
And then they're also going to contribute 110,000 towards the fire fund.
yes.
Got it.
And yeah, sorry, that's from the general fund, but we also have that 81,000 that's been sitting in a capital projects fund unused, and that would also go toward the purchase.
Now, the 81,000 is currently in the general fund.
Mary, from an accounting standpoint, that's in a separate fund, correct? The 81,000,
Yeah, it is.
Is it designated fire or general?
it's designated capital purchase.
Yeah.
So it's in pooled, but it's not in general.
Right.
Okay. Got it.
But Dixie, to your point, between the 81 and then the 96,000 in interest, and then the 110 that happens in year 3 and 4, the board is contributing 277 or 287,000 toward the initial purchase as a loan to be paid back from the fire department over 10 years. And we just need to work that into their budget. And I think, Karen, I'll let you speak to this, but you ran a similar exercise and we went about it slightly different. I think what the main difference that I identified was that you put the loan from the bank or the balance of the loan needed for the truck in as income and then just pulled it back out as a payment.
Right.
And I just skipped that. I just left both out, which is a net zero, same as you have. But I think our numbers were slightly different because I made a few different assumptions than you did, but did you find the same thing that over 7 years, generally speaking, the fire fund doesn't get depleted?
Correct. And so for today's purposes, we could spend several hours just on this projection. But in a nutshell, in order to move forward on this year's budget, don't you just have to be convinced that you're okay and move forward for this year?
Well, yeah. Cause year 7 isn't here yet.
And then when it comes time to actually purchase the truck, which is not today, I don't think, you'll find out the particulars about the interest and how to pay it back.
Right.
But there's a plan. There's a plan of how to do it. And you have to make some assumptions to finish your budget. Right?
Yep.
Oh, Dixie has something.
I have one more question. The 24,000 of interest income, is that all the interest income that is earned by Columbia Township General Fund?
That's just the general.
Down.
No, we earn 60,000 a year, give or take. Yep. And so we actually researched this from a legal standpoint to find out, can we take interest from all of our accounts and divert it to one account? And although it's not illegal to do that, it's recommended by MTA that you keep it in the original funds. So to be safe, we just said, okay, what's the general fund and the fire fund proportion of all that interest? And it's 40%. So we said, we'll only use 40% of the 60, which is 24,000. And again, I'm not trying to convince anyone that this is the precise way that we should do this. I think we just, for 3 years, we talked about the fact that we need a fire truck, we need a fire truck, we can't afford a fire truck. And I'm just saying, I think we can afford a fire truck. Now I feel like we're walking back on the fire truck again, which I don't really like the idea of, because we already voted to pursue it. And I think we probably should have had a mini pumper to start with, based on our fire lanes and all that anyways.
Yeah,
It gets a new fire truck into our rotation, so that we can start having a, you know, a planned out equipment upgrade, you know, plan. So these numbers won't bear out precisely exact, but I feel comfortable looking out 7 years going, I think we can do it. And I will note, I know not everybody will agree with this, but I do think it's a safe assumption to assume that Vesper will be part of our township at some point. So I put in year 5, community benefit agreement amounts of 100,000 that would be attached to that project when it does arrive at our township. That could be also, we could specify that that goes to emergency services, so that could increase the fire fund as well. But I didn't include it in my numbers as a given, but it is down there. And if that happens, then everything just goes up by 100,000 a year, so.
And it is important though, even though we're not ready to actually sign contracts for the mini pumper, to have dollar amounts in there for the purchase with this year. So that things don't get overspent in other departments, right?
Now, Ken, I know you've spent a lot of time on this. Did I miss anything?
Well, it all comes down to how much capital expenses that you're gonna have in the future, and if you're gonna look at. I mean, there are big expenses coming up.
Well, and that was kind of why I had asked at one point, and I'm glad we did the vote to have somebody come in and look at the facilities, but if we could get between you, or chief probably needs to be involved in this, like, what are those capital expenses that we need in the next 5 years or 10 years?
Which Kate and I have started, plan. Tracy and Kate had already met, and they provided you guys with, I think we did like a basic slideshow last year. At some
He didn't
point.
give me a whole list, he kept saying he had more. I did put in what he told me that were pretty much standard stuff that they have to have every so many years, like radios you need every couple years. You need-
So as far as radios and pagers, Indian packs, which we use for grass fires, those kind of things, Kate believes. I think Columbia Township is done trying to play the lottery on the win the apparatus these days. I think we're done with that. They come few and far between. I guess they're not doing it this year for departments. But there's.
Are you talking about AFG grants?
There's gear grants and that and whatnot, and I think that kind of stuff is where we're gonna focus grant work. At least that's where Kate and I are at currently. Because yeah, I mean, sooner or later, we replaced the flashlights, our interior flashlights a couple years back, so those are good. Until one fails, and then we just replace one at a time, that kind of thing, but. We went over a fairly comprehensive list. Monday is when I met with Kate again. She had given me 2 separate capital investment plan stretch outs, and wanted to see the differences of importance between what JC had said last year and what my thoughts were. I mean, I used some of JC's, but one thing that nobody accounted for was that Station 1. I mean, okay. Do we know, I mean, that's the next thing, so I mean, I can save that one. But like Station 1 is kind of taking care of itself now that it hurt itself. I guess is one of those things. As I don't know another way to say it, but yeah, gear wise though, Kate said she's been seeing grants left and right. What we need to do is just prepare in advance, so as soon as the button can be pressed,
Right.
we can send that out.
sure,
The plan's already made, guys, this is what we want, this is what we wanna do with it, that kind of thing, so.
yeah.
I'm excited for it. Kyle Brush, I believe, does some work with either the planning or the building. Maybe it's not the building yet, but I guess he's done some 3D renderings and whatnot for construction. We've met him through 2 events now. His daughter wants to be a firefighter, so I feel like that's a very useful tool here in our area. So yeah, I mean, we do have it part of the thought process on how to start replacing that stuff, not on for now.
Well, and to your point, Ken, I think. After I fixed Dixie's catch on that formula. Yes,
Okay, if I'm understanding correctly, you're gonna buy a fire truck for $482,000, you're gonna put $205,000 down payment. You're getting a third party loan for the remainder,
Correct.
right? And then it says at 5.75% interest, so interest per year is $16,000. Is that interest to the third party included in the expense?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
And the,
The 5.75 is on the 277,300 because you don't pay interest on the down payment. So the loan is actually 277,300.
okay.
and those rates, and those rates, have to be determined yet from the lending institution, and the truck manufacturer works with an institution that specializes in this and gives good rates.
Apparatus.
Yeah,
The other point, Jason, I would like to make to everybody is, okay, so it's a sacrifice for us to buy this fire truck. It's not like we just have, blow money here and we can just blow it on anything we want. The fire department, I believe, is willing to really cut back and be super thrifty, right, John? Thrifty as possible, to do their part too. So I think that with everybody working together, they're making sacrifices, we're making sacrifices to let this happen, so.
Yeah. And agreed. And Ken, what I was gonna say is, it's hard to project any budgets out 7 years. I mean, you don't know what's gonna happen 3 years from now. But if this holds relatively true, in year 7, the projected fire fund balance will be 400,000. And if we need to maintain 250, which is our annual operating, that would give us about a spare 150,000 as of year 7, or spread out in the years before that you could start allocating toward smallish capital purchases. I mean, you can't buy a fire truck with 150,000, but we could certainly make improvements on Fire Station 2 or buy small equipment or whatever, because there would be extra cushion in the fire fund over the 250 that we're trying to maintain.
Well, you're getting, if you get a new truck, the mini, that'll be your first out truck. Your second out truck is gonna be a 30-year-old truck. You're probably gonna sell 2770. Right? John,
That's a great question. Which one makes sense to sell?
well,
most reliable truck you have is 2722.
But is that still gonna be?
2730 is off the table, because that's our water tender, carries the most water. 22. Up to the point where we checked for means and max on cold was probably the second most reliable truck we had, so. We would need that company to come down, maybe throw us a couple estimates on the trucks. Just see what they think we can get for them,
right,
and we weigh it according to risk reward on those 2 trucks, but I mean, the reality is that 22 she's very old, so.
when you got the fire the other night, when you had to leave,
Mhm.
did you use,
We took 2770, but we didn't connect to water, we were manpower,
oh, okay,
she just people carried.
okay, so you
4 of
could,
us went to it, but we didn't run water,
okay,
so.
where'd all the holes come from?
We had an excavator fire earlier that day. Yeah.
Okay,
So we had to clean it because there was a bunch of diesel on it.
okay, I don't have any other issues with this. I think the numbers are okay. I don't know if you're comfortable with those, and, I mean, it's like you said, everybody is given a little bit, and that's the way it should go.
Everybody's gonna give and we're not raising
And we're not,
taxes
right,
for the citizens.
yeah. Nice job on your projections, and,
And thank you, Karen. for this.
yeah, both of you, and I think that, also the point that, and I understand that, projecting out a number of years for different things that need to be done is a good path to look at. But going out 20 or 30 years is, I think, a little much, because with technology and changing of equipment and everything else, it's well, I'll use the term useless to go out that far. There's no way you're gonna, there's no way you're gonna know what's gonna happen in even 5 years. The way technology is. Yeah,
Does that take care of item H1?
I think that's,
Well, and I'll just repeat it one more time. I mean, this does not solve for 2 fire trucks or a fire truck and a new fire station or whatever other, I mean, it solves for the immediate need that we were presented with. How do we buy a mini pumper?
Correct.
Can we buy a mini pumper? But
correct,
I do think it gives at least a little bit of projected look at if another item comes up, we kind of know what the path is and
Right.
what this might look like over the next 7 years. So,
yeah,
and then we just have to tackle that one in that budget year, you know? I mean, we really have to solve for the upcoming budget year with as much projection out that we feel comfortable with, but.
So are we-
Jason, did you make that one update on your spreadsheet right now?
Yes, I did.
Are you able to print something from your computer or not?
We have it, our bill has it on the
Yes?
screen, yeah, we're good, thank you.
I think you've got Ken.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
No, all the board members can actually see this live spreadsheet if you go to the link I shared from the email before.
Okay.
It updates in the cloud, so you just have to go into the same link.
I don't know, but it's close enough. I don't think it's changed in the last 24 hours.
so the question is, can you print from,
She can. print.
Does the printer have Wi-Fi? Or can I,
Karen prints.
Did you eat?
Just wondered, I might be.
do you want me to email you a PDF, Kara, and then you print that?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
There's something in the link, you said?
But thank you for that extra week.
okay, so
Where are we here? H2.
should be
Which
on,
one?
moving on to H2 then?
Well, I think, if everybody thinks that that is the appropriate path forward, I can certainly work with Ken and make sure we get all those numbers in the budget like that.
Sure.
Okay. Ken, are you good?
Oh, I don't have a problem.
Okay.
would you mind summarizing, and we're sorry we're late, but the agenda first said 10, then it said 12, we thought this started at 12, that's why we're late. So I'm
Lucy, are
sorry,
you okay with this?
would you
fixing? mind
mind just summarizing what you just put on fire, because we had done some research as well, and I just wanted to. Just macro.
All right, I'll try. We just went back over my budget again. I think Ken was expressing concern that buying a truck was going to take our fire fund into a negative balance and we'd have to keep borrowing money to repay the budget. And I just went through this and tried to explain that I didn't think that was the case. if we pursued additional funding from the township interest earned on the accounts, we use the correct proportion of that interest that came from the general fund and the fire fund, which is $24,000 of the 60 as four annual payments, I'll call it cash injections into the fire fund of 96,000. We identified that there's a capital funds account that has 81,000 in it that can be used for a purchase. So we're going to allocate that toward the purchase of the truck. And then an additional $110,000 in two $55,000 annual installments in year 4 and 5. 3 and 4, for a total contribution from the township toward the fire truck of $287,000 over 4 years from various funds. And then the fire department will pay that back over 10 years and will put $28,700 into their operating budget every year, starting in year 5, once the truck's paid off for 10 years forward. So they'll pay back the township. And we didn't say this, but the township could always forgive that loan if we wanted to. I think there was an initial stipulation that, hey, if we're gonna help buy a truck, fire department should pay us back or be able to pay for that truck. So that's what the 10-year repayment thing is, but it's not mandatory because a lot of it came from interest. A lot of it came from a fund that wasn't being used. So really, the township's only using 110,000 from our general fund balance to help with the purchase of the truck. So
And it's not all in one big jump.
it's not all at once either. So we could adjust that repayment plan later down the road if we wanted to. You know, we could forgive it. We could say, hey, you only have to pay back the non-interest portion or whatever, but this is kind of like the safe projection all the way around, I guess.
And you made these decisions, sounds like that's prudent. Are you considering that there may be, if we're working on a 5-year plan right now, that there are gonna be additional
I haven't gotten.
investments needed? Is that part of this discussion, or is it just this year that you're?
Well, that's what Ken did mention, that there are other capital expenditures. We
Right.
don't currently know what all those are.
We'll have something to you by your board meeting,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, with this updated sheet that I have at year 7, at the very end of the line, the fire fund balance should be at 400,000. So it didn't dip, it actually stayed the same. And if we need to maintain around 250 in that balance, so we have a year's worth of operating income, we technically have about 150,000 in that balance, in that fund, that could be used for additional capital projects. You know, like if you just want to keep 250 at a minimum threshold. And again, this is a 7-year projection, so a lot can happen between now and 7 years. So, but I just simply want to demonstrate, I think we can afford the truck without putting ourselves in a precarious situation. So, and we've been trying to get a truck for a while, but
Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah.
And some of those capital improvements or capital needs that we need to do,
Did they get
the
it?
chief just said that there are
Blew it up on the-
other grants coming out, like gear and other
We
smaller
talked about-
items.
Yeah.
oh, sorry, go back to that, go back to
So-
that.
Grant-
Go to
grant
that.
department, yes,
Yeah, there you
yes,
go.
no
Yeah.
doubt.
That's
Um,
it.
Does everyone?
But
have
for
copies?
the grant world to wanna give us money, we also have to,
Show that we don't have any?
no, we have to
No.
show that we know what we're doing.
Right.
And,
Have a plan.
have a plan.
Right,
And I don't wanna, I know what I'm gonna say won't affect today's discussion, but I said before, and I'm really getting kind of a conviction about it.
Mhm.
I think there are some services here that individual townships cannot afford by themselves, and we need to move to a regional model, which doesn't hurt jobs. It just makes it a little bigger. So if we have townships that don't have fire departments, we contract to provide, so that's an income for us. And the research bears that out. Talking to the reps of senators bears that out. That our township demographics are slightly declining and aging, and we shouldn't expect that to change anytime soon. And so our issues are the same as anybody else's. And so it's a year-to-year thing, I get that, but I'm on the planning side.
Yeah.
And, Chief and I talked about it briefly, the other day when we were working on the 5-year plan. Yeah, we're gonna have this great, all this equipment, and I support that. But should we also be talking about reaching out to our neighbors and coming up with agreements where we're providing fire services and getting revenue.
And
Absolutely.
based on your point about having a plan, I've got a plan going on now for the transfer station. That we're gonna get grant money to pay for some improvements that we've needed out there for a while and some other items that we need that are gonna be just plain given to us from a grant, and there's no 20% or anything else. So,
Excellent.
yeah.
I did kind of slightly let them know that we had started our conversations about it. Jason brought up Ken brought up asking about gear, radio replacements, that kind of thing, and I was like, it's part of the plan.
Right plan, you'll see it, yeah.
But one of the big things that Kate's been hitting home with me is that having the plan ready before is, that way the button comes up, she click the button and, hey, look, we already have, here's your presentation.
Yeah.
Just
Sure.
getting with Kyle, getting renderings, that kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah,
You wanna
yeah, your
put the-
next big expenditure is facility
You wanna
too.
put the horse before the cart.
I 100% agree with you, Kate.
Yeah.
I 100% agree with you, and I honestly think, our decision to move toward a full-time fire chief and a nice new mini pumper helps put us in a position to capitalize on
I
that
agree.
approach.
It's kind of
So,
exciting, but then we
yes.
need to take advantage of it.
yes.
Yeah.
And don't we have to kind of reduce our balance showing for grant money?
No, the grant, I guess. Ken showed me about, there's a grant that's happening right now, and it's the Porks and Earmarks grant at the federal level, where the individual senators and House members reach out to their constituents, so our senator and, two of our senators reached out to us, but also to go to the House number, and we're encouraged if we do apply for this grant to use all three, the House and the senators. When we apply, but it's a federal grant and it's an earmark, so it's considered, if the rest of the country looks at this particular capital funding as for. Getting the grant is very political. Because we're asking our senators and our House members at the federal level to fight for us. I had a very good conversation with, Lee, Stefan, no, not Stefan. The senator, Slotkin's assistant, and he was very clear that when it comes to, money for fire and emergency services, everybody wants it, he said. And we are aware that township populations are declining, not growing, we have to move to a regional model. So, I'll leave you some research that you can later
Yeah,
read on your own.
not to
Yeah.
be rude, Kate, but we're in for a
Yeah,
budget
yeah.
meeting here, and
Yeah.
so we can have this conversation at a different time. Cause we really would like to get through this, and I have another appointment that I have to get to,
No problem.
so. Anyway,
I planted the seed, that's really all I wanted to do.
Great.
thank you.
It's great.
On to Fire Station 1 on H2.
Ken, are you on H2?
I'm trying to get there,
Okay.
H2. This probably can be talked about later,
Okay,
Tuesday?
so we can.
transferring the station one to the police.
I agree.
we can
Yeah,
Postpone.
yeah. That's an easy fix.
We got a budget for what we got, we probably don't have to talk about that now.
H3.
We need to look at the roster review now.
I kind of gave a slight rundown of what we can and can't do. NFPA 1001 is dictated over 3 years. Certain training criteria, that kind of thing. It doesn't have anything that says anything about going to calls. So it's something that we would have to kind of. It would take some time thinking. I know that you guys as a whole have the ability to remove firefighters through a vote. Usually that would be from me to remove them from the roster, but we've had sort of a pretty good turnout swapping around. I don't know if people's lives are changed enough that now they're becoming more integrated back into the system, or what things happen, but, they're required to have 36 hours, which is reported to the state over a 3-year period for training. So a minimum of 4 a year. We train twice a month, so basically they have to show up six months. And that's how they get done with their training.
I think the issue, oh, I'm sorry, here.
Not to interrupt, but according to this, what we have in here, and maybe this is what you're talking about working on or something, but you got a fire attendance policy that was established back in 2010, and it has the policy and the attendance and meeting attendance and training attendance and everything. So is that what you're basically saying you're looking into?
I just think it's kind of a hairy situation where, yes, we do have standard operating procedures and guidelines, but we also have the state and national mandation for removing firefighters.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah,
10 NFPA 1001
yeah.
is what I keep referring back to. That's operational hours. And but I do get the
The issue with
situation
the board
of-
is that we have all these people that were trained and they're not responding to a single call, and we're spending the money on training, equipment and all that. So I think as we bring new people in, we have to really make sure that we're not just training them for somebody else. And if we do, then we should be reimbursed for that and not pay. I mean, if we're training them for other departments
Mhm.
because they wanna work for, let's just say Bloomingdale, then Bloomingdale should pay us for training, for your time and training. So the issue with the board is we're paying a lot of money to train these people, writing $12 checks, paying FICA and everything else, and then they never respond to a call. So that's something we can continue to work on. Okay?
Yeah.
What was that?
That was H3.
H3, okay.
So that's just a call out.
I think H3 is also a discussion for another day.
Yeah.
It doesn't relate to our budget per se, it's just a call out.
No, I think
Okay.
it's just yeah.
All right.
Moving on.
Yep.
Emergency service revenue options. Well, it looks like we got that taken care of with the budget, right?
I think so.
So we can move on to that. Don't have to do any of that. Road funds. I gave you a cost update. I started off by giving you the sheet that they gave me, which is for seal coat. And it went way up from last year. So my estimate that I have in there right now is about $100,000 different than what it should be.
Now, Ken, can we ask them to like show us where the stuff went up and it's not going into salaries or?
I've already done that.
Okay,
I also asked a question about that one additional mill that we just approved and then we see this, what
what's going on?
are we really buying with our one mill that we just bought them besides the brand new dump trucks they bought?
Have you received the county's revenue sharing, amount yet, or is that still in limbo?
So I used it last year and they corrected all that data and I guess they lost my memo of where I was using it and then they applied it and they revised all
Right,
the.
I remember that, but on here you've got, unless it's changed, you've got to be determined on the county's revenue sharing on the works.
That's been determined. I think I got the right number in there.
Okay, then,
That's been determined and I put the right number in there to come up with that.
so this, what you're showing is the 65.9, that's
Yeah.
the correct number?
Yep, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay,
So with the road fund, we'll have to do less roads and then, so basically with this.
Well, I dropped down this year to 6.5. I'm normally doing 8. And I knew that they told me they're gonna increase 5%. So I did the 5% and I said, okay, we're only gonna do around 6.5, 7. And I found enough to do the 6.5, so I stayed at that and then. Like I said, I got an increase. So next year I'm gonna probably have to draw it down to doing about four roads of seal coat. And then I'm gonna have to redo my schedule that I have for roads to move them out. We got 36 miles of paved road. So I'm gonna have to take 4 into that and it's gonna probably move us out to 8-year cycle.
Okay,
So
but
I'm
we are,
trying to hold the fund balance so that it stays above, around $1 million. In case we have a bridge or something like that, that we have to join in and pay for repair.
Okay, so the road
So
fund,
that would just show up in the,
You have that in the current budget.
in the current budget,
Yeah.
that will be just moved over there. It's an addition, it wasn't something we talked about before, and when I got the actual sheet the other day, I looked at it and said, oh, under trouble.
any other discussion on that particular one at I1? And go to I2.
So that'll be in the budget, so I get approved. The other one is, fiscal budget.
Let's go.
I probably shouldn't have done it there. There's. We're gonna. Board 2 is what we're working on right now. If you look at Board 2. I filled in a lot of the numbers that I think we're all agreeable on Board 2.
Board 2 is updated from January special meeting budget. I thought that was the most recent column to the far right.
That should reflect the far right. In other words, if you go down to,
They're identical?
well. Let me see here. So
Mostly?
Gary at that meeting said $7,800. I moved 7,800 over to Board 2 and I highlighted it. We got, on January 16th, they told us that we're gonna get $51,236. I highlighted that under Board 2, that's a change from our last meeting. And then, Mary indicated 50K investment that we're gonna see next year. So I added that in there to the 50,000.
now you gotta take it back out though.
Okay,
Now you want what?
We have to take it out because it has to be allocated different ways.
can I
Still gonna have
recommend,
that interest earned, right?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I get it. I see what you're saying.
can I recommend, how to get through this in a somewhat timely manner? Does anyone on the board have questions about these? Cause what I did is I went through the entire budget. And my only questions are just where I saw large discrepancies between last year's activity versus what we're budgeting for this year. So like I noted specific line items that were $2,000 and $3,000 and $5,000 difference. And I'm sure there's an explanation for it, but I think if we just walked right through the budget and called those line items out, now we've got the fire fund, which was the biggie, sort of solved. I feel like we could just whip through this.
As long as everyone's happy with, Board 2, what it says in Board 2, because that came off from what happened on January.
Well, maybe that's what I'm getting at, is if there's just a few of these lines, if we can just,
Well, they on me.
all right. Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah,
All right,
Can I hear just for a second?
yeah.
Have we got the fire fund hammered out line by line now? Because isn't that the biggest area?
Not line by line, but we definitely have it by department. Ish. Well, we'll talk about that when we get there. We just spent a lot of time on that one. So starting with revenues, I just wanted to make sure we were square on these. Permits for building. Line 475. We have current activity up to, all this is current activity up to January 30th. 9450, we're budgeting 15,750 in revenue. We're comfortable that there's gonna be an additional 6,000 in revenue over this year?
that is an in and out. I mean, we only make 10% on those,
Okay,
so.
again, I don't know some of the context of these numbers. I was just going like, that's a big difference.
Yeah,
Are we
that's-
sure we're,
It's an in and out.
okay, same on electrical permits?
all the
So we
permits
can-
are that way.
Okay. Transfer station tickets, we collected 2020. We're budgeting to collect 6,500. Is that a good number? That seems like a big jump.
Where are you?
What number are we on here? 8.
I'm walking right down the revenue line, so it's line 482.000. Transfer station ticket.
482, okay, yeah.
Current year activities, 2020, we're budgeting 6,500 in revenues. That seems like maybe wishful thinking.
Well, I think before it was budgeted at 5,000 and
I think that we're talking about the cell tower, aren't we, too, for revenue?
and some of that money is coming in from the cell tower,
That's in a different line.
but it's a different line.
Oh, is
that-
it?
Yeah, going to the original budget, I was told to try to match the original budget this year.
Yeah,
That was given the direction at a board meeting. So when you look at 25, 26, that's your original budget, and if that's what I put in there, that's what I put in there. Transfer tickets, we expect that we're gonna get more because we're probably gonna figure out a better way of, doing it than a punch card.
Okay. I just didn't want to overestimate our revenue by 4,500.
No,
So we're
2,000
comfortable.
is very low. It should be a lot more than that. We're spending $28,000 and
So do we want to leave that number at 6,500?
I'd like to, but if someone wants to change it, I don't care.
I'm just saying, what if we don't collect that? We shouldn't budget for that revenue.
well, the other thing is I've just changed the best ways, scheduling for picking up our dumpster. So I don't know what that is gonna be yet as far as the savings, but I know we're probably gonna be saving, I'm guessing about half a month, the cost per month.
Okay.
Because instead of a regular scheduled pickup every 2 weeks for our compactor, which sometimes is half full, I changed it to on call. So we're gonna be saving a lot of money on that.
So that'll help the expense section. but-
Expense, yeah.
What if, how about I just propose this? What if we say 4,500, which is a $2,500 increase over this year? And if we collect more than that, it's great. You don't want to overestimate revenue. You should underestimate revenue if you can. So if we actually collect 6,500, awesome, but I don't think we should factor 6,500 into our budget if we don't realistically think we'll
What
collect.
was the actual activity?
2020,
No.
Sorry.
For the last 2 years.
I don't see the previous year on this.
Ken, you-
I don't have the previous year on it, but basically the numbers so we got this year was a lot lower than we got in the previous years. And that's one of the reasons that I had it high, because I think there's some up at $7,000 of revenue. But 4,500 is fine with me.
Well, if this is actually lower than what it was a couple of years ago, then 4,500 sounds more reasonable.
Well, I think you could get 6,500 if we get in control of the station tickets and the money that we receive for them. I think dumping a truckload for one punch on a ticket is a little bit, $1 for the punch, and you're paying a whole truckload is a lot of garbage for.
We do have to have that discussion about how
Yeah.
we're gonna do the.
Yeah,
punch tickets
the
and
way
the
the
free.
punch tickets are and the free dump passes for the blight and everything, we have to iron that out yet, so.
To be clear, I'm not advocating for a number. I'm just simply pointing out
No, I.
discrepancies I'm
It's not
seeing.
valid, it's a valid question. I think 4,500 is fine, but for a little bit low or a little bit high,
Right.
it's gonna bounce out to even out.
4,500, cool.
It's gonna be in blue and red so that I know to update,
And then
my,
we've got Gary's cell phone tower revenue in there this year. That's good. Jumping down to grave openings. Line 626. Current activities, 3,015. We're budgeting 9,000 in revenue, which is almost 6,000 more. Is that
Okay,
Good.
the same with grave openings. It's
Okay.
in and out. So,
okay?
And we were over budget last year because we took on the expense of moving a grave.
So I guess the only thing we have to make sure then, and maybe you know this, is when we have something that's in and out, are we making sure that the revenue matches the expense then, so it's a net zero to the budget? Like under graves, we should have 9,000 in expenses?
10%.
Okay,
Because on the permits, we make 10% off that, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool. Same Is that the same with land division and split service?
I think she gets all of that.
No, she gets the, yeah.
Two line items down.
Customer, yeah, or assessor, yeah,
She gets all of it,
Mhm.
yep.
so that's an in and out as well. I think we just need to make sure that we have matching expenses on those then. Cause like, those three items right there account for like 15,000 in revenue that we could be overstating as revenue if we're not matching expenses to it. And then interest, we need to adjust that, right?
Yep.
So if we were to use, well, first of all, Mary, what happens with last year's interest? Cause this is calendar year, April 1 or fiscal year, April to April, right?
This is for next year, yeah.
So,
Well, this year's it'll be, when the CPA comes in, I'll have them allocate it.
okay, so that number should be 50 minus the 24 that we're gonna give to the fire department, so it would be 26,000.
And it's really not, I mean, it's gonna go to the road fund or wherever equally proportioned.
Should that
You're
line
gonna
item,
give that to us, Mary? You're gonna give us a number? Or you're gonna say 26,000?
Right now, it's 50, so until
But that's.
Josh comes in and allocates, that's all the pooled together.
I have kind of an accounting question on that, should that interest earned be part of our annual budget? Or should it just get dumped into our general fund? Like, cause we're putting it in as revenue, I mean, I guess it'll just at the end go into our general fund if we don't use it, but. You're saying we have to now split that up into
It
all
needs to be
individual funds.
allocated proportionately to
Okay.
what fund put it in. And right now, it's just continually reinvested, so I'd really like to not take that out.
Yeah, yeah, I think we wanna keep that separate like it is right now, and then it can be allocated when
When the need
the
is.
need is, yeah. So then.
We'll
you
definitely
know
have to make
exact-
sure when the account comes in that maybe we set up a separate,
You'll gonna
Tracking
make
of
a
that.
transfer account, right? You're gonna have a transfer account for the fire department, transfer account for police.
Josh, our
transfer account-
I was
CPA,
gonna say Josh would,
Josh is doing it because he's already done them.
Yeah, yeah.
That's already in there?
No, I
Oh.
said he will do it in July when he gets here.
Okay.
yeah,
okay. So we need to kind of fix that, or will be fixed. Second from the bottom, supplies. We have $691 so far, and we're budgeting $49.50. We've jumped into expenses, sorry. Do we really only have $700 in supplies, and if so, do we need to budget
Which line-
5,000?
Which line are you on here?
Second from the bottom, supplies.
Road
727.
Supplies, okay.
17.
This is for the township. I can tell you why that's like that. We haven't bought any office supplies in what, 4 years, Kara? We just ran out and we just started buying what we need. I don't think that we need that much. Do you, Kara?
No.
Maybe 2,000. I mean, we go
Well,
get
I
paper.
know that, past secretary that was here, but, spent a lot of money on pens and paper clips, and I mean, office supplies that we haven't been able to even use up.
We did, we used them. Took us 4 years, but we got them all
Okay,
used.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
so that, we replenished.
Well, again, I don't have an opinion. I don't use the office supplies. I'm just saying that's a $4,300 swing in additional
Yeah, and I just
expenses.
said I think we could do
Okay,
So how much?
how much?
2,000.
Two? Okay,
Ken, did you get that? 2,000 on supplies?
No, I was looking for back here, but, supplies I got listed up here, and you wanna drop the board to?
Is that enough, Mary?
I think so, don't you, Kara? Paper.
Okay,
2,000, right?
We can do a budget.
right below it. Line right below it, township board mapping, 0 expense, now 4,800.
That's for the county, they charge us up to 4,500 each year for mapping,
They did not charge us last year.
called, BBCO parcel viewer.
If they did, we didn't get the bill yet. We've got to.
So leave it in there, okay?
I think you have to do it every year, do you?
Well, at one time it was every other year, and then all of a sudden we had them like 2 or 3 years in a row. Probably hired another employee. Maybe they lost their foreclosure.
So do we just leave it or do we need to look into that?
I would leave it.
Okay. Drop down to line eight oh
We
one.
ought to stop at the attorney ordinance enforcement. We're gonna increase enforcement. So I made that one blue because we ought to talk about that, Gary. Is that enough?
6,000 enough for enforcement.
Well, we've got 2 right now that are going to court. It should be.
Should be.
Shouldn't we have a revenue for citations? Weren't we supposed to do citations every 10 days or something?
Well, not every 10 days, but after,
I say every 10 days, but
Okay, go ahead.
Right below that, attorney MPSC lawsuit. We paid 1,017 this year. We're budgeting an additional 8. Moving forward, is that,
we just got another bill from them for a small amount, so that is still in.
$21.
Yeah, it was like $21 was our share of
Mr.
it
Foster Swift for
for the lawsuit.
the lawsuit, and that's,
We
they
put,
said it was gonna cost us
I thought we paid,
$90,000.
I thought we
so
paid them
budgeted it.
$10,000. Is this for the,
yeah, we paid the 10,
yeah,
and then they're billing us as they do things, and we just got like $23 bill or something.
Cause it's
$21
split with
so.
all the other townships. It was like 1,900.
right, right.
I thought 10 was gonna be.
that was the limit, wasn't it? Didn't we approve up to 10?
That's what I thought.
That's
Hey,
what they estimated in the beginning.
So maybe we paid 2
That's why
and
I-
then there's 8 left.
Yes, we did approve up to 10.
We
Maybe we spent some money last year and this year we dropped it down to 8. Maybe this ought to go from 8 to 6 because we've been paying out of here.
I'm just saying that's a $7,000 difference. I don't understand.
Well, the lawsuit's still going on. They still haven't made it through appeals court.
yeah, but I thought
I guess the
thought we
question is, did we
approved
pay the
the
10?
10,000 and what?
Right, and we haven't.
The thing is, the year before, he probably spent money.
Wait, no, we've only spent 1,000, so,
There was the original budget.
Okay, so if we wanna leave it 8 in there, they could bill us up to 8 and we're still under our $10,000 cap. Okay, I just wanted clarification on that, I guess. Data processing services. Current year, $390, budgeting 4,200.
is that software, renewal stuff?
The software maintenance services below, it's like our, like Google, Microsoft, Zoom. The data processing, I could look with this specifically.
What is that line for? I mean, I know what it says.
Kara's looking.
That doesn't include the treasury stuff that you had to absorb, the software, does it? It was that like 10 grand?
That was 10 grand, and I don't know where we put that in the budget.
What if
That
it's
was
in that
software.
15? I wonder if it's in, yeah.
It's in the 16,985. Last year.
And where did we put some of that?
Figured out.
While Kara's looking that up, drop down 3 lines, postage. Are we anticipating $2,800 in additional postage this
Yeah,
year?
we have 2 elections.
2 elections there, yeah.
Okay, cool.
The bank fees, we need to increase that. Since I don't invest we just have our little checking now, they charge us, so.
What should that number be, do you think?
At least 1,000.
1,000?
Did you say that's bank fees?
Mhm.
1,000?
A year, oh yeah. One bill I had was
Well-
400 and something.
So far it's been 635 and they're just, yeah.
But we're making 60,000 in
Making
interest now, so
Oh, right, yeah, yeah.
it's a good trade-off.
I mean, I could put it back in there. if you want.
So you want 1,000 in there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Postage is good. All those election numbers are good. I just marked that or noted that we didn't have any expenses listed this year for elections. Didn't we have an election last year?
That was,
We had one election last
That
year,
was a-
this was for,
that was school, wasn't it?
library.
Whole library,
We
yeah.
get reimbursed 100%
Yeah.
for, if you call for a special election for a school or a post office, they have to reimburse us 100%.
Oh, is that why there's no expenses listed?
Well, it does, I have activity
Yeah.
under
Are
elections.
you in the election section already?
I have a bunch of activity.
Activity, I got zeros all here.
Those, yeah,
We have-
those we wouldn't have. We have these.
Okay.
the-
Professional services under elections, there's no expense, software support zero, staff support zero, postage zero, travel expenses zero, but then if you move over to budget for this year, we got 2,800, 3,500, 1,800.
We got reimbursed for the postage, our support staff. We didn't have to do any software support yet.
So the next election, those will be federal elections.
Yeah, so
We
we'll
have
have
to
to pay.
participate in the 10 days of early voting. We have to pay extra election support staff. Kara basically did this whole election by herself.
Yeah, no, I remember we have some coming up. I just wanted to make sure that we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 categories with zero expenses this year and then
Yeah.
new expenses or last year, this year.
On the comment section, it says we based on 3 elections this year. That's what it was based
Okay.
on. That's what the numbers come from.
Okay. Under Department 209 Assessor. Line 877, Database Maintenance Services. We have almost 5,000 in activity this year, but we're dropping down to $520 in the budget. Is that accurate? We're gonna drop 4,400 off that.
She has to have her own programs this year like I do, so I'm not sure unless we put,
You're talking about her salary?
The
No.
assessor.
877, well, which one are we on? 877.
877, yeah.
Maybe last year was an update or program.
Something to do with the county.
Yeah, so the county's now making us pay for all of it.
BSNA had to
BSNA.
have the,
Oh, yeah.
They have to go to the
stuff.
cloud.
That came in last year out of nowhere.
Yeah, so that was a one-time amount for the BSNA.
Is it one time or does she have to do something?
She has to do it every year.
But I don't think it'll be the $5,000, is it?
I'll have to ask her. Mine doesn't take effect till July. So I think she's gonna have more expenses in July, but. She
You want me
communicates
to
with,
talk to her about that one?
yeah, cause she communicates with them directly.
Yeah, I got that blue. I'll check with her.
Okay. Drop down several categories unless anybody has any in the next few. I'm jumping down to Township Hall next.
Okay.
Did you guys
I
make?
just wanna make sure all the board members are looking at the wage increase. I added that wasn't in there. And then I also had to add in FICA, because we didn't have that in there, that FICA changed some of the numbers, so I just want to
Well,
be aware.
because
that
it's
I
the
did
same
that.
amount with the deputies, I'm surprised that the FICA would change, cause they.
The
would get paid
FICA changed lower,
Okay,
because when you got a bigger rate, you're only paying 1.2 something, and they're paying 7.165.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that really was the movement from the
That
deputy. to
movement
the-
was good. Okay, go ahead.
Cleaning Services, 801 under Township Hall, Department 265. We've got current activity of $663. We're now budgeting 3,605.
Okay. That's because Ruth cleans for 15 an hour, her regular hourly, instead of charging us like she should. And that's kind of her contribution. She would like to get the floors done in here at some point. So if we had to pay someone else to clean here, it would be the 3,605. So yeah, we could lower that.
Again, I just wanna be clear, I don't have a dog in any of these fights, I'm just trying to understand why the number's so big.
That's
like
why the number's so
difference.
big.
So we're just gonna pay her more for the cleaning, that's,
I think we ought to wax the floor of the.
Wants to wax the floors,
Yeah.
so.
And that-
Okay,
that's
cool.
Gonna be,
clear.
Alright.
Cemetery. We have salary of current year 12,163. Now budgeting 22,000, $10,000 increase.
He doesn't get a salary.
Yeah, the
Salary line isn't.
We have to change the salary, cause some of it got put under that for some reason.
So some of the current expenses need to be reclassified, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay. Um,
The salary would go under like, the
and
other,
mows, lawn care and.
yeah.
and then under that same department, the three boxes that are yellow, foundations, maintenance and lawn care. If you compare those three categories, this year activity versus budget, we're dropping that by 5,000 total. Is that what we wanted to do? We're gonna reduce those expenses by 5,000. Foundations drops from 4,460 to 4, maintenance drops from 65 to 5, lawn care drops from 17 to 13.
Foundations is a reimbursable, depends on how many funerals he has.
Okay,
I am not sure why we would go down in lawn care. I can't imagine it getting a ton cheaper.
Well, I think it was, that we're gonna have him, mows often.
You know what it is? We did some tree work.
And,
We had to
yeah,
have tree work done and we won't have to have that this year.
yeah,
okay,
So that's why.
so that
that
accounts for the
should be okay.
$5,000 drop, all right.
I don't know what that miscellaneous is.
Facilities, maintenance and repair still under cemetery. Is that an in and out? Cause,
No, that would be, they do like a fall cleanup. Any headstone repairs and stuff that we caused and have to fix,
Okay.
things like that.
we've got 5,050 current, and we're budgeting 8,000, so we're expecting that to go up by 3,000.
Is that for the fencing?
previous
Ken?
year was 10,000,
That's what we spent.
24, 25, yeah. That was actual. I should have,
Okay.
I should have given that for this meeting, I should have had all those in there, I went all the way back to 2003.
Okay, I just have a question then down to zoning, under zoning administrator salary. Currently, we've paid $3,135 to Tasha, but now we're budgeting 18 grand. Are we paying her in a different category or something? Cause that's,
No, she's supposed to be working a lot more for us than what we're getting.
do we pay her hourly?
No,
Pay her hourly, we pay, I think it's 50.
I don't get like a bill from her for an hourly thing. It's all included. Their bill is ridiculous. You can't even figure it out.
Well, you could ask that they rebuild it a different way,
We have.
yeah, oh, they have,
That's calculated by the hour, though, I think.
Yeah,
and then she-
Currently reports to the planning commission and
Yeah.
it's in our agenda.
she works for Michigan Township
pull that-
Services,
I can
she's an
pull-
hourly employee.
But if you wanna know what she's actually working, like, I think this month it's 3.5 hours. Cause it's in our agenda for,
I
When
guess
she
I'm just
keeps track
asking,
of- She keeps track of when she gets calls. That's a 15-minute.
exactly, and it's on her report.
if the 3135 is accurate, what we've paid her this year, I'm just pointing out, are we expecting to pay her 15,000 more this coming year?
well, I can tell you that,
She's supposed to be getting somebody to help her that's gonna try to do more with the
Enforcement.
RVs and building permits and checking on people and hopefully we start issuing more citations from that, notice and citations to clean up the area. And that money, if we can get these inspections going, I think would be very beneficial.
zoning administrator and I met and we have a system now with new information sheets and everything that I give them. And it's forwarded to her along with the pictures that I take. but she's snowed right
So
now.
basically, she's gonna be doing more.
She's gonna
work,
be doing a
That
lot,
department's gonna be
She's
doing more
gonna,
work.
she's gonna be doing more.
And she's told the planning commission she's overloaded and they just hired an additional person. They still got her, right?
Yeah, but there was a problem with that hire, as I recall, so she's snowed under and, we'll see.
Should we leave that at 18,000 then, or should it be 10 or something like, that's still a triple
I would,
increase?
I would leave it at 18, doesn't mean you have to spend it.
It's just an estimate.
Okay, but if we're trying to balance our budget, it's gonna
Yeah,
show us
I know.
going red, but okay.
Okay, so on that point, this isn't to prolong the conversation, but perhaps over the next year. For the next budget, you might want to think about combining enforcement costs with nearby townships. Because everybody's having issues with zoning enforcement. We had a beginning conversation with Supervisor Bloomingdale. So, we can give Tasha some time to figure it out. But we should also have a plan B in my view.
Well, part of that too is gonna be the STRs and stuff for that zoning and so
That's
that's,
a
yeah,
separate issue just on.
right,
Right?
right.
So I'm just talking about that right now, because that's a master plan issue and people are upset about it. So that would be one thing we could do, is move to regional enforcement on zoning.
He did take that back and the board wasn't as supportive as he was on that, just so you know.
Oh, good to know. It doesn't mean we can't keep trying. Yeah.
But for today, you guys are keeping this at 18?
Yeah.
Planning commission salaries. They're underpaid as it is, but I'm just pointing out that we've paid 2,045 now, we're budgeting 7,425. $5,380 increase, is that accurate?
Well, I don't know how that number got in there, but I will say that, we're working on zoning issues, rewriting it. We will, I don't anticipate this year having legal review costs for zoning. But we will, once we finish the zoning work, we will need review costs from Williams and Works and also legal. I just don't know that that's gonna happen this year. It's a long process and there's a lot of parts moving in the township. So we're reviewing it. I anticipate reviewing it over the course of the year and changing it the following year. That's my thinking on that. And the other thing is we're working on a 5-year parks plan. And there's no budget for parks. But for now, maybe there's a little money in planning that we can use for parks, because we'll be having a public comment period, for example. So we're gonna have a few expenses. Those are the things that I see in the coming year. The 5-year park planning process, we'll be doing a GoFundMe opportunity. There's a state grant, by the way, that matches GoFundMe part of dollar for dollar, up to $75,000. So, that's what's on my mind is, and the only thing I see really costing us would be any mailings we might need to do. For public hearings or that type of thing.
Wasn't this salaries based on the number of meetings that you guys have through the year and how many? people?
Yeah, I believe so. I didn't, you have to ask.
I'm sure that's what was,
Ken calculated that.
Yeah, you have to ask him how I got that number. 1,800 for recording strikes me as really high.
No, that's kind of a 600.
well, it's down to 600.
I'm sorry, I can't see the headings on mine.
We also have,
Yeah.
so just in general, I mean, what you just said is great and helpful, because if you're trying to earmark some money for parks and things like that,
Mhm.
I'm seeing 5, 10, 14, almost $15,000 of increased cost on items that I don't know if it's like printing and publishing, we're going from $629 to $4,800.
Yeah,
We're going from 2,500 in professional services to 8,000. If those are earmarked for something, that's great, but if they're not, we could shave those back and then put a line item of $10,000 toward parks,
for that.
you know?
I really would, because for the grant situation again, I have to show how we, as a township, manage parks, and I'm gonna show 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And then maybe we can get to 1 funding for 10 grants. So we have to show that we get,
Commitment.
we have to show some commitment.
There's a Parks and Recreation Department lower down the page.
Right.
Department 751. That, if it's 4 parks, that's probably where you are.
751.
And I think we could take that recording secretary off there, because we never did have one.
That's right.
Yeah.
Take that off.
That's right.
Planning.
Yeah,
Um,
you're right, Ken, we are, and it has to be finalized by the township board. I'm working on it, I've got a draft ready, actually.
We don't have a recording secretary, so Ken, we can take that 600 off.
What's that?
We don't have a recording secretary, so take that 600 off, please.
Are you gonna eliminate that whole, you can't. Well, yeah, you can't, you can eliminate off the budget, you're gonna eliminate that altogether?
we never put that in place.
Never got in place.
So
Well, I would set a couple of meetings for somebody who was recording it.
Yes, we had a different, your deputy, we had that transition time and she was maybe doing some.
She did it a couple
She
times.
did it a couple.
You
times.
can leave it there. I don't think we need to fund it right now.
I got a zero in there. Didn't move it to train.
So Ken, did you have a reason that salaries went from 2,045 to 7,425?
Like I said, I was told to follow the planning commission, they asked. The board had said, the original budget that we had in 2024-25, they wanted me to use the other numbers unless I knew something specifically that is changing. And I didn't specifically know anything that's changing in this area from what we had the previous year, so I used the same number.
Well,
I don't know why it went down to 47,425 from the 2,500 that was in last year.
So
I thought that was based on.
I don't think the salaries are going there. I think it's calculated as of 24 meetings for the year.
Right,
Is what I calculated for, and I calculated, the cost of, having a full membership, and that ends up coming up to that number. And right now, we're looking at, we only have 12 this year, and one got canceled, I think.
And get some special meetings in there.
Kate, what if I take that to 3,425, which gives cushion for additional meetings, but it frees up $4,000?
Yeah, yeah, and the other thing I'm looking at is professional services. I don't know why we'd spend $8,000 this year on professional services.
It's not, they talking about planning commission salaries.
Yeah, I know, but I was looking at, making two comments. Yes, on salaries, I agreed with Jason's comment, and I was kind of looking down a couple lines.
Would that be legal?
But here. If we get into holding a lot of public hearings for a lot of different issues, we could get a lot of meetings next year that we don't have this year. Right now, this year, we didn't have anything that we couldn't handle in front of the regular meetings. Because we didn't really necessarily for short-term rentals have an actual per se public hearing. We also didn't, do the mailer out and all that other stuff that you would normally do with a planning commission if you're actually into a full-time changing your zoning ordinance, which I believe we're gonna have some changes to our zoning ordinance,
It won't happen this
by
year.
piece.
Yeah, it won't happen this year. It's
A
just-
master plan year, you would need
Yeah,
extra money in there.
Well, that's what I'm saying, something might come up where we gotta change the zoning ordinance right away because something
We
might
can't, yeah.
be illegal or
Bottom
something,
line-
and then. I can't predict what's gonna happen, just like we can't.
We can do a budget amendment though if we need
The
to.
fire department.
so
This is best guess, what you know now, right?
$4,000, you wanna drop that too?
I candidly don't care what the number is. I'm just saying, like, we always talk about that we don't have money to do anything. And I'm just pointing out, like, numbers that seem to be overinflated to find more money to do things with. So I don't, if we think it's 8, cool. Like, we could go 4,500 instead of 2,500, throw another 2,000 at it over what we spent last year and still save $4,000. That's immaterial to me. I don't.
Well, on short-term rentals, the board is delaying that decision till at least after the summer. So we'll see what you do after the summer. So I don't see the planning commission, other than maybe we have a meeting with the short-term rental owners over the summer, like we've done already. That's something we can do. And then on the zoning ordinance, it's big, it's complex, we keep getting interrupted on our work, meetings get canceled, that type of thing. It's going to take a while for the board, the planning commission, just to review the ordinance. It's not like the commissioners really know the zoning ordinance, they don't. And so we actually have to go through it. And that takes time when you're doing it in 2 hours a month type increments. And in the middle of going through the zoning ordinance, we're considering what to do about short-term rentals. And that could change things. So I don't anticipate making any changes to zoning till we get through that process, till the board decides what to do so that we're efficient. When we go to do the zoning changes next year in 27 is when I think we'll do it. And the change, I don't envision a lot of changes in the zoning ordinance either.
Okay, so bottom line would be what? Leave it like it is, or do you wanna get?
The one I don't see us using, I don't see us using 8,000 in professional services.
And we make it 4.
Yeah. That's fine. I mean,
I'm just.
What do you want there?
4,000.
4,000.
And I think with training and conferences too, we've got the whole MTA that we already paid
We're
for
not-
that everybody can use.
Yeah. Did you
So,
take them out of the board too?
huh?
Did you take that out of the board too? Is that training and conferences for everybody or just planning commission?
Just put them.
That's
That's
under
just
planning
plan- that's
commission.
just-
Yeah,
planning
is the
commission.
board also not doing any training? I'm just curious.
No, we do training.
Do you have training that you need to do?
I want all my board, I want all the commissioners trained. I think for sure 3 of us are. And I'm always training, on websites.
So
That's
that's,
250.
so that-
You spent
No, I don't
this
think
year.
we need that kind of money, but I'm just saying before you, just as a matter of principle, I think training for our board and our.
I didn't say get rid of it. I said we have MTA and stuff for that.
Mhm.
You spent 250 this year, which was probably people to go
Probably
through the.
me, yeah, to get me trained.
Citizen, training, wasn't it? I think
Yep.
that was Frank did that. Jay
Frank did
that.
it too.
How about we put 1,000 there then? That would be 4 citizen planner courses or whatever else. Is that
Yeah.
enough, Kate?
Sure,
Sure?
we can work with it. And plus, we can move things around a little bit if we have
Yep.
to.
And then printing and publishing. We could go from 629 to 1,500 even, or 2,000 and still save several $1,000s. I don't know where the 4,800 came from.
I'm gonna have to defer to the clerk on that. I'm not as familiar with mailing costs. I do anticipate at least one public hearing, I would think, where we do a mailing, especially on short-term rentals.
We have to do a mail, what's a mailer? For the whole township car, $750?
I have no idea.
And then $750 to mail every, letter to everyone.
We just
Oh,
did
no.
It
one.
would be, well, I just did
Yeah,
one because it was
yeah.
included with another mailer, so I just paid
No,
for
no, no,
printing.
not talking about the survey, but do you know what the cost of the mailing was?
Of the whole.
Of the whole
assessment.
mailing?
78 cents times each parcel.
Okay. So
We don't
have
get it.
1,500 parcels?
Is that including printing or is that just postage?
I'm just saying postage. I mean, for us
Do you
to,
know what came out of Danielle's budget for this assessment notice that she just did, including the mailing that you.
The last one we just did was 1783.
that was the down payment for the
That was
postage,
the down payment.
but that
What
wasn't
was
the
it?
mailing. It's about 2,400.
It's about 20.
Yeah,
Total.
2,400,
Total.
because they have to do it
Estimated project cost 2,900.
2,900.
So put 3 in.
Put 3 in.
Say it.
Yeah, well,
So it's 3,000.
So 3,000 then?
3,100.
Okay.
Unless we wanna have a party and fold and lick and stamp them.
Okay, so what's going in there?
3,000.
3?
What are we doing with the printing and publishing?
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
That one or two?
Almost to the end of my questions, I promise. Streetlights, utilities,
I would have taken them early and helped us.
huh?
I would have taken them early if you'd have sent them to me and I could have looked them all up, but.
Well, we can't have discussion about any of them except at a public meeting though. Like,
But I could have had the questions ready is all I'm saying. I mean, you could have said, these are the questions I have and I could have pulled it up. It doesn't matter now. We're already almost done.
okay,
Well, right now, the construction board salaries and all that stuff's been read for you. And then I got the numbers that it's gonna cost.
Great.
Well, I think it's 2 meetings is what I got down in case we have one.
Mary, I just want to clarify something though, because that comment is troubling to me. I thought the point of this meeting is to do a workshop and go through all
Right.
these.
But if you had specific questions, Kara and I could have looked them up, so we would have had the answers ready,
Error, could fix something.
you know?
Okay, well,
So that's not, going against OMA, it's just.
no, I know,
It's
but
even like for a board meeting, if you have a question, it's easier for us to look it up before, because we don't have all that in front of us.
yeah,
We
but
need to go get
It
on.
would have
here.
been nice if I had this before the meeting too, where I could,
you had that, Ken.
I didn't see it. No, I'm sorry, I didn't.
It's a live link on the email that I sent to the entire board. I mean, you could look at it any time.
Personally, it didn't come up.
I'm
Anyways,
just saying, if we made a mistake or if something's in wrong, or you have a question
No.
on something that we could have answered, we could have at least had the answer for everybody. But that's okay.
well, I also have limited time to spend on this, so to go through the budget took a long time. And then to type up a whole entire email would take additional time. I thought that was the point of the workshop, so I apologize.
No need to apologize. I'm just saying that if I could have gotten you more information, so it's, but that's okay. We're getting through it.
The streetlight utilities, there's like a $2,600 increase in cost. Is that normal?
Price of electricity, tripled this year, so
Okay,
that would be my guess.
all right, just checking. Under, Department 526, there was a capital outlay this year of 5560 that I don't, and then we didn't budget anything for that this year. Was that, I just want to make sure that was a one-time expense for something.
526,
Yeah,
talking to transfer station?
is that transfer station?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, that's a different page for me.
So what was the question?
I just saw that there was a large expense this year, but it wasn't budgeted for next year. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't,
That was for the recycling
miss.
container?
okay, cool. And then on blight,
One second, Gary, transfer station, dumping that 32,000, is that gonna drop in half? Is that what you're saying?
Hopefully, it's gonna drop, it's gonna be less.
Do you want to,
I don't know what
you
it's
wanna leave it
gonna
at 32,000 or you wanna drop it?
be. We could probably drop it, and I don't see where, 32,000, yeah, it's reduced. I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say 25.
under 801, Department 801,
Correct.
okay.
For 115, yeah. Yeah, I got that in blue.
It might even be less, but
Somebody brought up, with discussion on the transfer station. Do we do much business in like, what is it, January, February,
No.
March? I mean, is that something we could just close down for the winter?
no, we can't do that.
We can't.
No,
So we
because then
should
you're
pay
gonna have
some
stuff
flour.
alongside the road. And I have to pay somebody to pick it up.
They can't buy a Herbie Kirby.
But I can tell you that the highest, I have it here. The,
Capital outlay was the final payment for the
The
shed.
shed and the.
Okay. I sorry, I didn't catch that was, transfer station. I probably would have realized that. One or two more, sorry. Under blight,
yep,
we now have 10,000 for contract services. Is that just an estimate for enforcement?
contract services under blight,
Yeah, 801, .016.
Is that when you have to bring in the attorney?
that's, yeah. Contract services, that's for Foster Swift if we need them.
Okay, so I'm confused, if you don't mind. So under the zoning administrator, we talked about an $18,000 increase in salary because she's supposed to be working for us more, and that includes enforcement. Plus so it seems like enforcement is built into the zoning administrator salary, right? There's a big difference between what she's actually doing and then what we have in our budget, $18,000, and we just discussed that, and there was a,
This is blight, not
but
zoning.
blight is zoning, it does fall under zoning.
No,
No,
no, blight is blight,
trailers fall under zoning.
yeah. ordinance.
Building permits fall under
If you go
those,
to
but not
court, you
like,
have to have.
So the
Well,
two,
well,
the two citations that that just
Yep.
went out are blight,
We're correct,
and they'll go through the attorney.
correct.
So is that in the blight 10,000, is that where that line item?
Yes,
Okay, not at all with Tasha.
no, Tasha, no.
Okay,
we're keeping that at 10,000?
Yeah. Unfortunately,
all right.
Now to Parks and Recs.
So I guess that brings up the question, Ken had notes,
Yeah, I see them.
eliminated cannot afford,
News to me.
can we? Now, I mean, maybe this is a good time to point out, I appreciate everyone's patience going through this, but the reason I did that is because if you go to the end for a second, the very end of the budget where it says net of revenues and appropriation of all funds. Well, I guess we'll have to figure out what, we have made a lot of adjustments, so I don't know how that's all gonna shake out now, but. We were running at $125,000 surplus with the original budget. Before we made a bunch of. I guess I'll say found money. So. Are there things that we really can afford that we didn't think we can afford? That was kind of the point of my exercise.
The overall of all budgets, I don't think you should look at that. Because you have to stick with each fund being its own fund. Like you can look at the end of your general fund and say, we are in better shape than another. But you can't start mixing in roads and the SADs and everything else and think that.
I understand that, but I guess I'd have to go back through this now that we've made all these changes. I just wonder, because it all funnels down to the bottom number.
Yeah,
So clearly there's at least several funds that are running in surplus. Yeah,
Expenditures built into that also.
for the fire truck, you mean? Oh, that should. Yeah, I think that's under. That's under the general township board budget, isn't it, Ken? She asked about capital expenditures like computers and roofs and all that kind of stuff. I think that's under
Fire department has its own for computers, but
Oh,
the township also does.
general, yeah. Okay, well. I've exhausted my questions.
So
So,
do I have a budget for parks or not?
no,
Okay, so just so you know, that's gonna make it really hard for us to even go to a crowdfunding. Model.
well, there is a budget.
Well, that, I can't understand what's going on here. What's
Under
the-
Department 751, there's Parks and Rec. And it's got recreational facilities and it's got 16,000 in there and recreation
Not anymore.
maintenance.
Not anymore.
no, I got,
It does on
Is
it.
there on the board too?
Does yours have-
000.
That's Sarah.
Okay, I can't see. what
I know, I'm,
updated,
we're
so
both
I didn't
struggling
know
with
that.
trying to read it, yeah.
So what happened to the money that was in there?
It was removed at the January 17th meeting.
Is yours on?
Well,
Oh, that's not for my notes, but
Mine
It's in
too,
my notes.
220.
well,
Well, one of the.
We've always had.
nonetheless, we did free up 4, 8, 9, 10. 11,200 out of the planning commission budget, just in what we did today. Can we dump that into parks?
How much do we need in parks?
For this year, and,
Cause I thought I think where that came from is cause we're like, this was all gonna be done with
right,
grants
so
and that's. where
this
the
year,
board-
what we'll be working on is getting the 5-year plan through the board approval process and then approved by the DNR, that's not really gonna cost you anything. And then we're gonna go to a crowdfunding model, which will allow us to compete for a grant that will dollar for dollar. So if we go for $75,000 crowdfunding, we can apply for $75,000 from the state to complete that walkway if that ends up being the first priority, whatever it is. After that, I'm anticipating writing for a DNR grant, but that's cost sharing. So you're looking at 20, if we look for a $200,000 grant to connect Kalamazoo Trail and get our bathrooms, for example. We have a 25% cost share on that, and we don't have any money in our budget. So I would really like us to ease into an increasing parks and recreation budget. Never to have it be crazy. All we're looking for is a simple community.
Okay,
park.
so bottom line again would be, we've got this, how much did you say, Jason?
That would be 11.2 would be a nice number to have there. As we move forward, and just have a little bit of flexibility to get through the first year, which is crowd.
Jason, what was the amount you came up with?
Well, just in the planning department. Planning Commission department, we reduced expenditures by 11,200. By making those 1, 2, 3, 4 adjustments, 5
Okay, then
adjustments, sorry.
why don't we take 10,000 of it and put it in Parks and Recs?
And then before we had a recreation maintenance of 1,200, doesn't that add up to exactly what you just said? Did you say 11.2?
I did, but I forgot to include the 600 that Mary found from the recording secretary, so it's 11.8, I guess, but.
Let's just kind of keep this simple.
Okay.
Run. So let's put the 1,200 into the maintenance and 10,000 into the facilities and come up with the 11.2.
Now, we're collecting taxes for a countywide park system. Have you talked to them about any of that?
Van Buren County just came out with a brand new parks plan, and I'm following it closely as I put ours together.
So, does any board member have a problem or a question of putting that 11.2 into the Parks and Recs?
Well, my thing is if they're not gonna need it this year, we also need to repave the parking lots and stuff.
Well, then should we wait till we shake this all out and see where we're at?
Well, I need, what exactly do
I'd
you
like,
need this
I'd
year?
like at least, I'd like a $5,000 to $10,000 line item for parks and recreation. And we may use it mostly for a GoFundMe campaign and public events. But mostly I want it as an earmark that we've been planning for it. So
Well, we've
that
been
we-
putting 5 in it
Yeah,
So let's do
every year, so let's.
Did the parking lot,
5.
five.
did the parking lot get blitzed somewhere? Did
Not
that
that I
get,
know of. We were supposed to have that in our
was
capital.
that in there? Is the parking lot repaved in here, Ken?
I don't think it
It's
is.
not supposed to take it out again.
And the reason it got taken out, because we had two different estimates of doing the cracks and everything else, and they were both not correct in the
Where
linear
would that
footage.
be? Township hall maintenance? We got maintenance.
Yeah, that'd be our
repair money.
township, hall.
We got 24,000 in there. Or at least we did. I may not be looking at the latest.
I gotta find it. It's hidden in here.
What's the line?
I've got 101,265.
Okay,
I have, yeah, I do have 24,000.
Okay, before we jump ahead, let's finish the Parks and Recs.
I thought we just decided to put 5 back in there.
5,000
We've had a
there?
steady 5 in there.
There's one?
We've had 5 for like ever since we've been doing this.
Well, I just wanna make sure, somebody mentioned the asphalt, and I wanna make sure that was still in there before we make the decision about Parks and Recs. But we do have 24,000 into repair on this.
Cause remember, we talked about that and the furnaces are getting real old and.
Yep.
the air
Okay,
conditioners.
okay. Well, back to my question, or my comment, the 5 grand's going into the Parks and Recs?
Yeah, we should at least put 5 grand in. Yeah, let's put 5 grand in there, cause we've had a steady 5 grand in there, even though we haven't
Right,
used it.
yeah, I see that, okay.
But she may need it this year.
Yeah.
good. And yeah, it shows at least some
It's
commitment.
5
Okay.
enough.
It's
And
steady.
it's consistent.
Yeah,
That
but
we've had
next
it.
year we probably need to go up if we're on board with developing the park.
Go up for darn good reason.
Oh, God, give me patience and give it to me now.
5,000, Gary, put it in your notes.
I got it.
Okay.
Okay,
You guys have to, vote to go beyond your 2 hours, cause you're already 2 hours and 42 minutes.
I think we're almost done, aren't we?
We didn't have to vote
I don't know,
on
I'm still trying to find where the, that blanket or light.
Did you see
We're over 2 hours, but under that right away.
It's road 213, Kevin.
We should.
it. Anybody have an idea where to
Should've
put
brought
that other
cupcakes for
5?
your birthday.
Anybody have an idea where to put the other 5 then?
just saying, there's no money for the payroll. I don't think.
Well, why
Where
are
are
you
you?
trying to
Nice
put
to
it
see that
somewhere
out
else?
there.
I thought you were trying to
What am I
say.
doing on-
We're trying to cut it back.
Well,
Okay,
where are we?
We are now, where are we, Jason? Where do you wanna go next?
I made it through all my notes.
Where are we?
And he's got a headache now.
Well. I guess. Yeah.
Okay, where are we?
Likelihood that all these people
I
record.
think Ken's trying to catch up.
Yeah, I hope everybody has notes and we can.
I've been writing all these down, but.
I missed right at the beginning, regretting it.
Right,
Which department's that at?
I was thinking.
All right, let's talk about the fire fund.
That'll only
How much
take a
did you
minute.
have recreation?
5.
Five,
$5,000.
1, 2, 3, what is the maintenance going?
I just.
1,200.
1,200.
1,200, yeah.
That's been how many months since September? I thought we approved 12,000. Yeah, that needs to be 12. Tell Jason.
1,200 and round up.
We have to add money to the payroll services under Department 101 Township Board.
We approved 12,000, we just didn't, it's not in this budget.
What line is that?
803.001 payroll, professional services payroll under Township Board.
Oh, yeah, you have a zero? How much did you say? 3,000?
We approved
We approved
12.
12,000,
Sorry,
12,000 a month.
Not line item,
It's
Karen?
1,000 a month.
Payroll services,
What's down there? What's the number?
803.
803.001.
803.
It's in the Township Board. It's supposed to be-
There's no 803.
Oh, 803, got it.
Kara, what number is it on this report? What line number?
54.
54, try 54, Gary.
Okay, so that needs to go to 12,000?
That was our float, yeah. It's about 1,000 a month.
Okay. Good catch.
Easy come, easy go with our surplus, right?
Yeah.
Or three?
Here. No,
There goes that.
Right here.
extra five we're trying to spend.
Just like
+7.
home. Easy come, easy go.
Good thing we got your parks in there first,
12 in
Kate.
there? 12 in there?
Pretty good.
and I just emailed her for updated quotes, so we'll see what she comes back with. Should be less.
So
Is
then,
it safe to say we'll get a draft of all these revisions in enough time before your March 17 meeting that each of you that are taking notes could have time to check that all your stuff got in
Right,
before we try to have a public hearing?
Yeah, is the update coming from you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll, today is
The fourth.
Wednesday, I'll try to have it done 6 AM tomorrow morning.
Okay,
okay.
That's word.
how about 5?
Yeah.
I was gonna say Friday would be great, but.
Moving
6
forward,
AM tomorrow.
where are we at?
We're done with all that, I guess. I had some yellow stuff in there to be filled in, but I guess. I will, assume that you, want it to be. What it is, right? I can take care of the fire department. I think I know what's going on with that.
Yep, that's in there. We already
And I
did that.
got some yellow stuff that I guess we're just gonna say, okay, you all looked at that. Revenue to the fire department, I can get that from the fire stuff. I'm gonna have to add a benefits, line in there for the benefit for the chief. And then I got the salary for the chief. $16,000 for officer salaries, that's staying the same, is that what I heard? We're not reducing any of that, or are we reducing
No, it goes
the,
to 12.
12. Yeah,
Goes to
because there's
12.
no lieutenants.
we're not budgeting anything for lieutenants this year.
Well, lieutenant's supposed to get 2,000 each,
Right, but he says there won't be any.
Right,
right? Or do they get 1,000 each?
So it's 4,000 is the line item, but there won't be any this year or
So
next.
we're gonna reduce the 4,000 from the 16, so that's 12,000. Firefighters on call, Jason had it at 8,000, you want that up at 8,000?
the on-call pay is, it's the same thing.
Yeah,
I think most of the rest of those, Ken, I just left the same or gave them a 2% increase.
well, I'm trying, I guess I'm trying to match your thing here. I'll match what you have here for 10,500. Cadet program, you don't need $2,000 for a cadet program, do you? You didn't use hardly any this year, you didn't use none.
We didn't have any cadets, we had probies, so we had folks that were 18 or older this year.
So if we give you $1,000 on that, then will that cover you instead of the 2,000 we have in the budget?
I would have to talk to Jeremy, ask. if
Jeremy's
there's-
only had 1,000 for all these years before,
Okay,
I'll just put it at 1,000. If we need more, then we'll do an adjustment.
huh?
If we need more, we'll just do an adjustment.
Yeah,
Can you run through each of the line items for the fire department that you're plugging in, Ken?
pardon?
Can you run down the whole fire department, under the 336, the payroll section, make sure everybody's on the same page with that?
Right now I have, the chief salary at 55,000, I got benefits at 5,000. Officer's salary, I got at 12. Firefighters on-call pay went up from 6 to 8. I have training for firefighters, MFR pay at 4,500. I have FICA is gonna be calculated, I'll have to figure out what that is. On another sheet, I got a formula that does that automatically for me. EMT, on-call pay stays the same as 6. Cadet program, 1,000. The daytime, fire went from 40 to 0. I got clothes and uniform at 3,500. Firefighter.
Do we need that this year since we just already bought?
What?
We almost bought $4,000 worth of uniforms last year. Does that need to be, we should have something in there,
that
but
should be kept because that was spent on officer uniform. That was.
what other uniforms would we need?
There's dress blues, lots of shirt.
They don't buy their own.
Huh?
They don't buy their own.
They don't.
Do they keep them or recycle them?
Most of the time they've come back, but on that same token, I would have to see when they actually bought us the dress blues.
What do you use those for? Parades or?
Just anything for dressing up, yeah, parades, funerals.
Gary, the police department, what do they do with uniforms? Don't they turn them in
Oh, yeah, we only get 2,
to use and then you turn them in?
yeah.
Is that? If you just bought some, aren't they brand new and can be turned in or you're?
I mean, JC turned his in because he retired, I still. work.
Okay, okay.
He literally only bought the officers' new uniforms. Nobody below, I didn't press the button on ordering anything for anybody else because of how much money those ones were.
Yeah,
So I
so
was,
there was only one change
Yeah.
and that one came back.
I mean, Mary knows I'm looking at badges, obviously, the universal badges, not the ones that
The name ones?
that the officers currently have, but the ones that we've always had a Columbia Township one. So, that, depending on the circumstances of how someone leaves,
Mhm.
is if that's turned back in, but most of the time, they turn in their uniform stuff because you can't have people out in public.
Right, right, there would be no use.
Yeah. So,
Okay, then you got,
So you still
Bill
think
firefighter
3,500?
recruiting and training, Jason had 4,000, I had it budgeted at 2. You only spent $1,205.
Well, I just figure we might need to recruit.
There's a 2,000. All right,
I think 2,000.
Cool.
I mean,
There's your salary difference, Gary, right there.
that's it.
Well, and I mean, the thing of it is that FEMA's pumping out free stuff all the time. As long as you pay attention to their stuff, or to their website and through the training council here in Van Buren County. Bangor and Benton, Township have been running great classes that are free, or if you wanna go to it, you can go spend the $25. If it's something really big, I don't know who really would need it. I don't need a high angle rescue course or anything like that. But there's a lot of good training opportunities around the area. And if we have to adjust that at any point, that would just be something that was requested.
Okay, so we're putting 2 in there then? Then fire administration. That's all the same?
Did that sum total up to 103,700, or did I?
Which one?
For all the personnel that we just did, that department with all the individual. Is that?
Totaled up to 97,000. We knocked off cadet program,
Okay, gonna have to get some.
the 16,000 that we had for the,
My information.
on-call pay with the 12.
Yeah.
When he added.
I still don't have FICA in there though, Karen.
Oh, okay, so
That's it.
that could be it. Do you have that like right now as a 0?
Right now, I got it blank so that I filled it in.
Okay, and you said your total right now is 97?
This year again.
Pardon?
Did you say your total
I
right
have the
now?
total right now, 97,000.
Okay,
That would be
that's the
good for your
difference right there, the fight, okay.
What was the other thing we were talking? We were talking about station, 1 and 2.
January 1st.
I don't think we can eliminate station 2 at this time, can we?
January 1st.
Station 1.
In Michigan.
You mean
Yeah.
one?
Yeah, we can't eliminate
No, no,
station
no.
1, so I'm just gonna put in the numbers we had before. Is
First.
that gonna be adequate?
Think we're gonna need more knowledge on what insurance is helping us out with on that.
Yeah, yeah,
Because in passing with conversations, I've said it's a good idea about halving that station out and charging the deputy. Personally, now, especially now that's gonna be outfitted with better internet.
That is for sure
So,
something we wanna
yeah.
talk about at a
Yeah,
future
Yep,
meeting.
yeah.
no, 100%.
Yeah.
yep.
See, planet.
Right now you get 6,000 a year for rental for his.
Okay, back at fire stations, then I should make them what the supervisor's budget was, or is there something you want less than that? Internet and phones, can we reduce that?
Yes. We're gonna, the phones, right, Mary?
Yeah, we're talking about phones.
Yes.
Can we go to 1,500 from 2,500?
I would not reduce that
We
yet.
got 1390 today.
Carolyn, they only have 2 lines. We had 6 lines. That's how we saved so much. So
Does that include getting you a better phone?
he's got a better phone.
Oh, I don't have that number yet.
Did you ever email everybody and tell them to have a new phone?
I hate that internet phone you have, dude.
I'm gonna get you bigger cards though.
Well,
Why don't we get this meeting over if you tell me what to put into the yellow blinks up here?
Leave it where it was.
Leave it.
Huh?
Leave it.
The internet, leave it.
Leave it.
I'm giving up.
I don't think they're.
It's too much ping pong.
But if we have to add it to.
Station 1 repair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd better stay there. That's gonna be probably on the short side. Are we gonna do the parking lot for, station 1 and 2?
$130 for internet.
$17,000 for the parking lot, seal coat.
is that for both?
I don't think.
Might get into a rookie job, that's gonna be about 38,000.
Let's let the invested
Yeah, let's,
Just wait
do
on that.
that.
Revisit that after the investigator. Instead of verbally.
Parking lot, yes, no,
Leave it for now.
Right now, it's fine.
huh,
He said leave it for now.
0?
He's trying to save money for a new truck.
I commanded.
So that 17's going away?
Well, that went from 45.5 to 28.5. You want to give, Kate another 20,000?
Nope. We're done.
Parks?
Nothing.
Didn't think so. Okay, any other yellow, I have apparatus. I can fix that.
Yeah, we'll fix that.
We still want a standpipe, right? You want a standpipe, $500 for a standpipe? We normally put it in every year, and you get a farmer to give you one every once in a while.
Oh, a dry hydrant? Yeah, 100%, absolutely. Not having to have a back to Grand Junction from the corner of the area is very nice. Well, I mean, it doesn't-
Especially with all of our
I
lakes.
can drop it in it.
Are we still gonna have the sheriff renting the station part-time?
Yep.
Right now we are.
Wow, nice idea.
Okay, I think that's all my yellows. I think I can solve one here. Nope, I can take care of that. Okay, I'm good.
Right now then, you guys for capital, fire capital. You are not plugging in the purchase yet, or you are in this budget? And
I'm understanding I'm plugging in the purchase of the vehicle and basically it's going to show how much our fund balance and all that stuff will be when I plug that in. The loan.
Well, from an accounting standpoint, Mary. I don't know this definitively, maybe Dixie would know too, but. I don't think we need to account for the loan piece of that, right? Like that's not, unless it would just be an in and out.
When we
It's gonna
talked
be
to
an
the,
in-
Feel like you don't shoot.
Right, but as far as the budget goes, I don't,
Whatever the current year expenses are going to be goes into your income statement.
and he did say that with the loans, they don't start the payments till the next year, so we would be able to put the loan payment in the budget next year.
but wouldn't we have to have in the revenues, the down payment, if it's coming from anywhere other than the fire department? It would have to be.
yes,
That-
that's true. That's what I'm saying, like the
that was great.
difference.
Yeah, you just transfer.
The fire fund.
To from account, going from the general fund to the fire
Yes.
fund.
I'm talking about the bank loan portion of that, though. I don't think there would be a from the bank line. And then out,
Then the cash credit loan to whatever the name of the bank, loan from whatever the bank is. So that would be your liability, so therefore your balance sheet balances.
yeah,
Yeah, so
Yeah, but
you're
we-
talking.
The balance sheet's
This is
different.
the
Balance
balance sheet's
sheet's
different
different.
expense budget.
yes,
Correct.
thank you.
That's a balance
Thank
sheet,
you.
you don't have to do it.
Not the same, yeah.
Right.
I think we're set.
Yeah. Okay, moving on to the roads.
We're at public comment.
Wait, I have a
Oh,
couple of things.
Right?
Hold your horses.
Yeah, we're at
Um,
public comment.
Nope.
hang on a minute.
treasurer. So I'm asking, as a board, should we, since we're eliminating that position of daytime, I have a letter here that gives a 30-day notice to that position. That I would like to have the supervisor and clerk sign it and have the,
Like to have a little bit of
Chief.
communication on that letter before we forward that out.
Did you get a copy of it at all, or?
like, here it is,
That's it.
okay? So we need to notify is what I'm saying, we have a 30. We should try to do 30 days, so you could look at it and we can change it.
Oh, I think that's at least courtesy, I think, yeah.
Just,
It's nothing we have to vote on, I'm just saying, I think we should officially do that.
Specifically just for the daytime position, correct?
Correct,
Still
Yeah.
a non-qualified.
correct.
Oh, he's on,
Oh, yeah,
and he's
yeah.
the,
he's the captain.
and then he's the captain.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, even though we're at will, you shouldn't wait for the,
So here's the reason that I said that. Can I stand up and kind of talk this out with you guys? Alright, so, I agree with at least the 30 days. I know that today while we were talking, we spoke about what my salary would look like if the job was offered to me and I accepted the job. Which is all fair numbers. I would like to turn something in a little bit more formal. Just, we can go back and forth on a request or anything of that sort of what I'm looking for. But the 30 days is a courtesy. I think I had talked to you about it a little bit, kind of just bounce it off that. I would be interested in possibly donating some of my salary back in to keep Joe on a little longer. And that's from a transition aspect. Joe's been doing it for 3 years.
Yep.
It's a transition thing. It only benefits the township if 2 of us are in service at the same time. And then it's not kind of the cyclone that I've gone through the last 2 months.
Why
Because
can't
the
he,
last 2 months has been brutal, because if he's not on, if he's not full-time, he's gotta go get another job.
Yeah.
So at that point, during the day, where most of us work, Joe will not be here, so it's not going to be just as easy as going, well, could he be on standby or anything like that? The only person that we truly have as our standby person is Steve. That's it, and Steven hasn't been the full-time, so it's more, I agree with at least 30 days. I would be willing to donate a portion of my salary to keep Joe on a little bit longer. Not saying 6 months or another year, but maybe by a month or 2 for him to just keep the flow going so it's seamless rather than just an abrupt stop. And that's, like I said, I just wanted to dialogue that out. So I appreciate Joe. I know that the full-time position, as it's been described to me, and I mean, it did come together in also a whirlwind. And we've got different opinions on it, we go back and forth on it. I value Joe a lot. Joe, to me, is a very important, he's my future, he's your future. Joe's 23 years old. He's experienced a lot more than some of us have, and he's 25 years younger than some of you. So it's from my value system with Joe. He does deserve at least the 30 days. I would appreciate it if we could maybe work that out a little bit further. It would give me another set of guaranteed hands. We have a lot of things that we need to clean up. And like I said, I'm willing to donate a portion of my salary back that first year in order to compensate that and not have to go back through all of these numbers to sort it out again.
Would you still be starting full-time on April 1st?
April 6th would be my first day. Like I would be here April 1st. I'm leaving town the 2nd. It's my stepfather, the Mackey portion of my name. It's his birthday the 4th. He lives in Christopher Falls. So literally it's like, but I am accepting it, but I would like a resolution to the length of time that would be keep travel.
well, we're trying to make a clean budget and in that
Understand?
position.
I understand.
We've been talking about this for 2 months.
Mhm.
Plus another 30, that's 90 days.
Mhm.
There was just a job fair at Shady City, apply there. But you know, what?
I'm not sure.
okay.
But no, it's just, I want it on record that I will take the position. I would rather someone didn't come from outside the area. And go through that whole process. But on that same token, I want to take care of my people the best I can.
So I understand the spirit of what you're asking for sure, but I think I would need to better understand specifically what you're proposing, because if you're saying you're gonna share your salary, how much? If you're gonna be, I mean, we're wanting to hire a chief starting April 1, full-time. So our expectation would be you are at the station full-time, April 1 or 4, whatever it is. Boom.
Absolutely,
And so Joe stays on full-time as well as what you're asking?
yes.
And how much additional money would he get from your salary? Like, so we've got,
I was considering, to the end of June, which is just under $10,000.
For how long?
you're gonna give him your full salary.
10,000.
How many months at 10,000?
He said the end of June.
No, however much he makes per month until the end of June.
I guess where I'm getting kind of stuck with this is
Yeah.
it's not, you know, you're taking it as the person, right? We're taking it as the position.
Mhm.
So it's nothing against Joe. We've decided not to fund this position. And I understand, and you're more of the brotherhood, you wanna keep him working. I get
It's-
that, but that's not what we're
My
calling.
job is to keep division at a low, and I feel like just ending him is a low.
I don't think 90 days is just ending.
30 days is,
Well,
but you haven't didn't notify in 90 days. You're notifying in 30 days.
yeah,
That's the reason I brought it up in the first place. Do I
Yeah.
believe Joe can go get another job? Yeah, no, I'm not worried about it. And if you want to remove the full-time position, that's fine.
if
But then-
we remove the full-time position, we're still not funding the daytime. So we made a decision to remove the daytime position. So that's not gonna, like, if you don't take
Then I will sort it out with Joe with my paychecks myself, if that's how we.
After
That's fine.
taxes, that's not something.
Are you, I wanna make sure you understand what you're asking.
I am.
So okay, so starting April first, I'm gonna give you exact numbers. So at $60,000 a year, which is what we just funded a chief for, that's 5,000 a month. Okay?
Yes.
I'm not counting taxes, I'm just talking gross, okay, 5,000 a month. So you're saying you want Joe to be paid for an additional 3 months. What he's currently being paid, which is what, 3,600 a month, he's 40,000 salary. So of your 5, you're giving Joe 3,600 and you're gonna only be paid $1,400 a month for 3 months?
If that's how we have to do it here.
Huh. Hmm.
it's really hard, cause I see where your heart is,
If you-
but as a business, I don't think we
Well,
can do it.
but my thought process on this is we can do it that way. There's options. I know that you just wanna axe that off of the spreadsheet. Just put me at 50 for this year, put 10 in that account, and when that account runs out, Joe's time is done.
Well, it doesn't have, like, every day. Like, could it be part-time?
Well, it's something that I would have to talk with Joe about.
Yeah,
I just think it would be more beneficial to not just,
And to the township, what is the benefit? Can you just recap that one more time? What is,
2 people during the day,
but we don't have that right now.
well, you would. For 3 months,
But we've had weeks without a call, you know?
I understand.
Hmm.
But we have a lot of cleaning to do at Station 1. A lot of.
Need
cleaning
I
to do at
need to
Station 1.
say that should have been done in the last 3 years when we had a full-time person? I mean,
Something you have to take up with prime management, unfortunately.
You know, I'm trying to put myself in everybody's shoes here. And also a business decision. And I understand what you're saying. And my heart feeling is the same. The problem. I guess I would, now, I don't know how the numbers would work out. But I wouldn't go any more than the end of April.
well, we have to
That'd be-
remember.
That's still at least an
It's the
overlap.
it's the position, not,
yeah, I think we're talking about the position
Mhm.
and your heart is talking about the person.
Yes.
Right, that's where the business decision comes in.
I wanna just ask a very direct question. I'm good with the letter and trying to be as courteous as possible, but did Joe not see this coming?
Joe did.
Okay,
We
So-
talked about it.
hmm.
So,
On a business and professional standpoint, Gary, I feel like I can get more done using Joe for a little bit longer. That's,
What about this month, March?
Well, he's also the captain.
No, I know, but he has this job still. So can't he be doing the things you're talking about having him do? In March?
I don't,
Let me ask another question. Is this more about optics than actual opportunity or whatever for Joe? Like, I mean, I'm hearing you say you need help in a transition, which I totally get. Are we conflating the two though? Or like, if Joe saw this coming, he should have been looking for other jobs. So
well, Joe has other options, like,
then why would he want to stay?
I would ask him to stay for a transition.
it's to help with transition for, John. And I get that.
And that's why I'm telling you, I'm willing to sacrifice part of the salary you're looking to offer this position. In order to do that.
This is what you're telling us that the budget should look like. Your budget should show you at 40,000.
40,000, 50,000, whatever it would be.
40,000.
Your chief this
Well,
year is.
45,000 would be 10,000 off. And we put 10,000 into the daytime on call.
Yeah.
And that covers Joe for 2 months, and your salary for that year is at the 45,000, whatever it was, yeah.
So when you're saying 2 months, that means throwing it out to May?
Takes a month to the end of May. That's the $10,000.
Well, the fact that you're willing to sacrifice your own salary tells me the importance of it to you.
It tells me it's very important.
Unlike most people, I have a lot of things that I do. I also have more than one revenue stream. I have no problem eating more ramen also. I know it's not healthy. I drink Monster too. Don't worry too much about it. But I'm also very, very active. I can make it work. I'm asking because I do care about Joe the person. And no, I don't think Joe's just gonna be out in the rain somewhere. I'm not worried about that.
Okay, I have one last question then. With you donating your salary to Joe, does that in any way pull you away from the duties that we would be expecting you to do starting April 1? Like, are you gonna have to go do side hustles to make up that money and not be our chief?
Weekend warrior. I would do things on the weekends and the evenings.
Okay, cause like the whole idea behind this is we want you as our chief installed full-time,
Like I said,
focused full-time.
I'll be here April 1st and then I'll be back April 6th. I leave for a birthday party, I'm sorry.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, and we do need to work on like what we expect and
Exactly.
what you need from us.
I don't think it's
He's
not,
not asking us to change the budget, so.
just keep the line open a little bit longer. And I'll pay it.
Gary, thoughts?
Well, I don't know how long you would need Joe.
I'm just looking for a time period where I can go, Joe, I have you this long. If you leave before then, just help me transition.
Is this something like you could give us an official like proposal and we could do at the next meeting?
Well, here's the thing. If that's the case, and you've got March
The
yet,
budget stays the same.
and you'd have another 30 days in April. And if you're going to use the figures, whatever that is, I can't even remember right now, like, cause I'm circling here. Business wise, I don't like it. I'm gonna be straight out with you. Business wise, I don't like it, cause that's not how you run a business. Heart wise, I get it. But I wouldn't go anymore, till the end of April, personally, that would be my stance. And however, the board things would be, well, it's not up to the board, it'd actually be up to you guys to figure out the cash amount, because we're not changing anything, as far as I know, in the budget regarding this new issue.
I mean, we'd probably just have to pass a resolution that was a 2-month extension of Joe's whatever, and then his contract would specify that the first 2 months he only gets paid X until the Joe thing expired, and then it would kick up to the thing, right? Cause you'd have to keep that separate payroll. Like,
Correct.
we can't pay him and then he gives Joe money on the side. I don't like
Right,
that.
right.
That's. Well, that does,
That's a lie.
I understand everybody, I understand.
we gotta make sure everything's trackable.
Well, here's my issue. We've had that position for 3 years.
Mhm.
I feel like when we give an inch, a mile's taken. That every year is renewed and we've renewed it. Very, very disappointed in the condition of the buildings because we were told that all these things were gonna be done and everything was, and it's terrible. As a taxpayer, I'm pissed
Mhm.
that this is what my money went for.
Mhm.
When there's that amount of time and it's not used
Mhm.
to the best of the advantage, I'm not sure how that can help you at this point. So for the past, I mean, that's up to you to figure out,
Mhm.
but for the past 3 years, when all of these things were supposed to be done and they weren't done. There's not a single checklist, which we were told that would be done every week.
Mhm.
You know, the buildings are not up to par at all. There were places that should have been sanded and painted, and with the amount of calls and the amount of time is what I'm saying. Now, if we were doing 40 calls, I mean, if it was crazy full-time,
Mhm.
then that's understandable, but that's where I'm disappointed with the whole position. And I'm not taking personalities into it, I'm just telling you that, as a taxpayer, I'm not happy. I feel like $150,000 of my taxpayers' money was wasted. Now, other people that have used the service will say that's not true. So. We pay an ambulance $100,000 a year. We made a decision to hire a full-time chief to cover all these things, and I think you're gonna do a fabulous job, and I think that you actually standing here taking this without showing RBF or anything is great. I appreciate that, but we're all straight shooters here. This is honest. This is how I feel as a board member and as a citizen. I think we are, we've given way more money on the township, on the, salaries than what they were when JC started. The assistant chief was one of them, so you should be getting a lot of help from him.
Mhm.
And you'll be getting a lot of help from Joe as the captain. And I feel, yeah, I mean, that's my take on it. And I want 100% support you, John. I just am feeling like this is really pedaling backwards for us as a board, and because we made a decision
Mhm.
to eliminate that position, so that's my thought. And I know you can do that job,
It's
and I
not-
know you're gonna do a great job at it, but that's all I have to say.
How much is the captain's salary now?
$333 a month.
Or
Oh,
4,000 a year.
4,000. What if we eliminated that?
Well, it eliminated like $28,000 in one fell swoop with that, with yellow writing
What's that?
on the budget. 4 of it from the lieutenants. 17 from the parking lots. So, I mean. In the last meeting, we had said we weren't gonna change that. So much. Are you talking about just paying him that?
Well, I'm just saying, we're gonna extend his contract potentially beyond what we initially planned. Does he also get his captain's salary too? Like. I don't know.
I'm absorbing mine into my own salary. But,
And the captain's salary, isn't that for maintaining buildings? And
captain's usually the training officer.
so. I thought that's what so everybody's training officers.
Now, yeah, all of us. Say Jeremy started as the captain, I moved to captain, now Joe's captain.
And so then what is the assistant chief? What is his training also?
Basically, the entire medical side is being run by Jeremy currently. Med reports, keeping our licenses in check. That was, I think he was in talks with Kara for fleet insurance, that kind of stuff, so. He's been in the administrative portion a ton longer than I have. I'm a firefighter. And I'm learning the administrative side.
And we will give you grace on that and give you time to learn, so.
Either way, wouldn't you guys want to give some kind of a letter today? Because the end of that position is at the end of this fiscal period. Even if you adjust how you write it, wouldn't you want to have something to give to him?
Yeah, we eliminated on the wage resolution, so it should go out. I suppose you could add a line at the end that if we want to keep considering it, you could say, we're giving consideration to a exceptional extension of a temporary extension to this, but the position will be gone as of April 1st, because that's true. Right?
The position's not funded next year. Yeah, we took it off the budget that, off the wage schedule that we approved.
Are you sure you want to use a bullet like this right now?
I feel like you're in a tough spot. I feel like.
I know you're in a
all
tough
sides, and I'm
spot.
really sorry about that, John. I actually thought this was really black and white.
It's me looking at it from all aspects, I know on one hand, it may not seem divisive, but it is. And I'm trying to shoulder that load. I'm the person that you voted in to shoulder that load. That's my decision,
What's divisive?
eliminating. And then Joe's been very important to our department. Three of us 6 years, and I get, he hasn't been important to scrubbing the walls, I get that.
No, I'm saying we gotta go back to that position, you know, because that's what we're talking about is the position,
Mhm.
and you're talking about the person. So we have to make a decision on the position.
Mhm.
And I don't want to make it personal about Joe. I'm just saying. I didn't feel like that position did what it started out to do, and what they said they would do. I mean, that was gonna be,
JC ran the part-timers and the full-timers, so.
Yeah.
That was
um,
a different binder for me.
yeah,
Yeah, it was originally supposed to be a
trial.
trial position. And the stats were supposed to have been taken. And that never happened.
Mhm.
It never happened. And all the other stuff that was supposed to be in line with this particular position for daytime,
Mhm.
that never happened either.
So,
And it's, you weren't there, so it's not your thing, okay? I mean, yeah,
so really what he's asking for is almost another position, like a temporary person to help you in the transition for a couple months, is what I'm hearing.
The person that's been doing the job, yes.
That's a good point, because I was thinking, just so that the lines are very clear. Cause I'm perceiving that it's about more than the money. Based on you being stuck in a tough spot and trying to appease some opposing forces, but. Could we do something like budget for a subcontracted position to help with A, B, C, D to be done on the fire station in a 60-day period of time?
We have an on-call slot. We have an on-call fund. Still,
Like, I'm just saying, so it's very clear.
Be a 1090, he's asking, can it be a
So,
1090?
Because our chief is saying, I need help with the transition, but I don't want to muddy the waters to make anybody think that we're extending the position or whatever, I just, if you need help with specific things and you think it's 2 months worth of help and it's worth $7,200 to you, then could we just budget a subcontracted position for $7,200 and we make sure that the walls get painted and the whatever you need help with is actually done? Does that make sense?
Do you have specifics that you know that you want?
I mean, I would have to go create a list. I didn't know that donating $10,000 of my own time would be. What that entailed. I know that. We've murmured about this since January.
Long before that,
Well,
to be
not-
fair.
Not us. You guys might have, but I wasn't involved in any talks before that. And then very quickly it was proposed and then it was brought back up again. And now we're here. So it's,
Well, from the position standpoint, I think it's been very clear for several years that the board has questioned the validity and effectiveness of that position. So that should be of no surprise to anyone. And when we proposed, how about a full-time chief? That might solve some other issues. It should have been pretty clear, like, okay, that position's going away. So I don't know, we beat
Well,
that horse already.
even at our first budget meeting, the deputy chief said, yeah, that should be, you know, the full-time person, and that's our full-time person.
Where are you at with like your training, your certification?
technically officer 3. within the
What
next
are you doing?
years.
What are you doing?
I'm supposed to take my medical test tomorrow.
Yeah,
So this has all been great. Yeah. I scheduled, NREMT took back over from Pearson. So you still schedule through Pearson, but there was a bunch of times at both colleges that didn't exist. Cause the computer lab's not open at 4:30 on a Tuesday. They are on a Thursday. Not a Tuesday.
What your test is?
Yeah, it's over at Wake tomorrow.
So what are you thinking, Jason? We have to
Oh,
decide
tomorrow?
if we're gonna,
Okay,
this position's done.
I,
I'm firm on that. This is done. This is going out today.
I,
If you decide to do something
I
else,
don't normally do this, but we have taxpayers in the audience. I would be curious, you guys have heard of this. What do you think? A lot of you've been to the meetings, so yes,
If he's willing to give $10,000 of his own money for assistance that he's asking for, I somewhat agree with him. The position's gone, fine, call it gone. He's asking for a person to assist him. Call it whatever the heck you want to call it. But for God's sakes, you got a brand new guy that's your chief for this area. He would like to donate $10,000 of his own money. Anybody else willing to give up $10,000 of their income for somebody to help them? I don't think so.
you have to make
I
the
just,
first.
I'm not seeing the problem. Position gone. I agree with you guys. You guys are calling the position gone. Call him consultant, call him whatever you want. But for God's sakes, he's willing to give up 10 grand of his own money. I'm not seeing why we're putting him through the ringer. I honestly, as a taxpayer, if it's not gonna cost me anything more. The other stuff that you haven't done wasn't done by him for the 3 years. Now I've only been here for a year. That's the old fire chief. The board not following up with them going, this isn't getting done. This position either does what we asked it to do or it disappears. I'm glad you guys got rid of it. If it's not doing what you guys wanted to do, makes perfect sense, but somebody wants to give up $10,000. I'm banging my.
I'm with you, but there's some subtext politics happening that have been going on for a while that, anyways.
I won't disagree.
anyway, Dix,
I believe that the board has made their mind up about eliminating the job as of April 1st. If John wants some training from today until April 1st, he can get his training.
the other issue that this could open up is, if we do this at this time, and then maybe somebody else says the same thing. and I'm just gonna use some examples, not implying anything. Let's say the assistant chief is gonna step down. And he says, oh, the guy that's gonna be put into place that you would recommend says, yeah, but I don't know all this, so I'm gonna have to have some training. So I'd like to have this done and this guy stay on for a while yet, and to kind of help me. Can be a can of worms.
Mhm.
And I understand what you are saying. So I guess I'm gonna make a business decision. For me. And. If push comes to shove and somebody needs to be the bad guy and take the hit, I will. Because you shouldn't have to take a hit for anything. No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. But I'm gonna say, board made a decision on this, the position's eliminated, we have a letter to go out to them. And I'm saying that we should stick with what the board decision was and the plan moves forward as it was called.
Is that a motion?
I don't know if there's any other discussion.
Was that your, I gotta get a second for the discussion.
Let's,
Motion?
Yeah,
Mary made a motion?
I'll
Is there a
make the
second?
motion.
30-day notice to-
Second?
What's your motion? I'm sorry, present
That we-
30-day notice?
That we present the 30-day notice. I'll second that. I think it needs to be presented.
Wait. Are we just talking about the notice, or are we talking about his proposal?
This was just the notice.
The notice.
Are we treating his proposal as a separate item? Just wanna be clear what we're voting on.
I'm voting on sending that letter to Joe, so he is not caught in limbo here.
It has an end date on it for March 31st.
Mark,
April.
I understand, but just
April 3rd.
to be clear, the chief's is cool with the letter. He said it should go out. Like, that's not his
He said he wanted them back.
his
You guys
request.
You guys are ending that position. That's what that letter does.
Yes.
right,
Promotion to captain and elimination of full-time.
You want to look at it?
I think you're asking, is this
It-
one motion and then there's gonna be another motion? Is,
Probably, I wanna know if our vote on this particular letter is wrapped, or is his request to give Joe 2 more months, is that wrapped up into this? Cause they can be 2 separate things.
Well, I
You can
think we
still
just-
end the position on April 1, which we wanna do, so that letter should go out, boom. Then we deal with his request for assistance. Right? Because whatever we do, it's not an extension of that position, the position's gone, if we make some special concession to allow that. It's a completely separate issue than that letter, I think.
I agree.
yeah, I agree,
Okay. So your motion is to send this letter out,
correct.
okay, and Mary, you second it. All right,
Now, my only comment is, so can you, tell us from your point of view, you know, what. I get that Joe's been with us, he's had a lot of training and experience and you wanna keep him. You wanna keep him involved in the fire department, and let's just say, you know, we do start inching forward towards some maybe. Regional discussions, I mean, we're not, you wanna keep him in the game, you wanna keep him.
For transition.
Yeah, but you want him more than that. You want him, he's captain, you want him on board, as part of your team
Like,
going forward.
I think that this notice, just as a caveat to Joe to let him know that his position is over.
But he's been made
that-
captain.
And that he's been made captain, I don't.
Did he has increased responsibilities as a captain,
yes.
but less money?
See, he's still,
Not-
Well, he makes
It's not
more money
a
as a
full-time
captain.
job.
Right,
He's still the captain, he's still on the fire department unless he chooses not,
But he's
that's his choice.
yeah.
So
Are
he
we
can get the
losing
training.
anything in that, you know, while you're asking for training for 60 days, are we losing anything about what Joe has learned over the last 3 years? And your request for transition, by not letting that happen, are we losing anything? You know, the value of the training and experience that Joe has gained in the last 3 years, boom. Or can you
Yeah, I
still
mean,
get that?
that's a lot of energy, a lot of time hours, a lot of training that's leaving the area immediately upon April 1st.
But
But if he stays a captain, does he feel valued?
I don't know.
well, he
I know
can't,
he's only
he
been-
can't be
he's only gonna
captain
be
here if he goes
captain.
somewhere else, correct? But he can? If he worked for another fire department, he can be captain here still?
It's
Sure.
part-time, it's,
Okay, I didn't know that.
If you, full-time departments, it's not really an insurance problem. Like say, people can come over and do medical coverage from Bangor, but you cannot be a firefighter on both. Mutual aid, it gets murky. A few years back, something happened on a scene where a member was on both departments and the insurance battle took forever because, well, it was your fire, he was responding with you, so one of those deals. So, I mean, you can, Jimmy Ellis from Bangor, he's been on Kentwood for 30 years. So I mean, yeah, they can go beyond other departments, but
My uneducated brain says, when you say we're gonna lose a bunch of experience on April first, I go, well, we're gonna lose it on June first anyways. Are you saying that in that 2 months, having him around and you having additional training, you'll be able to replace that on June first? Like, to me, I go, well, we're losing it anyways. What? Let's just rip the Band-Aid off.
but. I guess the biggest thing is to keep your people happy. Take care of your people. I know that. A business aspect, obviously, that's not a thing. You're here to make money, but.
No, we're not
Like I said,
profit.
That's why, well, but from a business standpoint,
We're not.
where I was
Government
supposed to
organization.
make revenue, required. But yeah.
We
so-
definitely don't make people happy, John.
Let me ask you this way, is there any way that is the risk
The way this
township
is,
going up, the public health and safety of the township raised in any way by eliminating him in 30 days? You know, or is there any
we
case?
may very well just lose Joe as a firefighter. He may just go to another department,
Won't he do that on June first anyways?
but he won't respond at night. Like he'll leave the fire. I don't know. I don't know what kind of reaction this is gonna have. Which is
Well,
why I'm trying to
Okay,
get ahead of it.
sorry, let's,
I
we should
think
get back to the motion on the table to send the letter out,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, do that first.
Any other discussion on the letter? Can I just peek at it, Mary? I think I know what it says. Okay.
I have one other comment. That I don't know if anybody knows, but when I was riding with Joe. He made the comment to me that he really doesn't care about the medical end of the job. He's a firefighter, that's his passion, that's what he wants to do. So, I mean, I just took that as, okay, then.
Go do that.
Why have you been our
Maybe-
medical guy for
maybe-
3
maybe
years?
Maybe that's the reason he's here full-time and is because of maybe the money, because. The statistics and the data that JC has put out in the county. During the daytime. You only get one medical call every 2.5 days. And those are not. Lot medicals, they're help me up, you know, I do this, do that, so I mean,
I don't dictate the level of emergency. You're all the same emergency to me. It's all priority one, even lifting you
Well,
up out of your chair. So,
I mean, you,
I get it, but emergencies are statistical, just like the statistics.
yeah, well,
So, one of those,
and the way a call comes in is not necessarily what it is when you get there.
Yeah.
I,
just like.
You know that, Gary, better than anybody.
but anyway,
I got just one thing to ask the board, just to see if, you would consider going from the 3rd to the 10th, because he's gonna be gone till the 8th. And that would give coverage for that period of time for the daytime. With the, for medical, where we don't have people available.
He said he was back on the sixth. Mhm.
So understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. We have an ambulance, we have a full-time deputy.
The 6th is a
Yeah.
Monday.
Takes care of Wednesday through Friday.
Our deputy works Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday and Saturday sometimes.
Yeah, but Monday and Tuesday, he's not here sometimes.
Yeah.
You okay with all that?
That's when you have an on-call person,
Okay.
or you have an ambulance.
Motion's
Okay,
on
we
the
got,
table, it's been seconded.
Any more discussion?
No more,
No.
any more discussion? Final? Roll call vote. Jason,
Yes.
Cara,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes,
Kenzie, yes.
So
Okay.
that's just for the letter.
That's the letter.
The letter,
That's the
he
letter.
has a.
No,
So he's not appointing lieutenants. So there's a little money there, kind of halfway.
What did you say, Karen?
He's not appointing a lieutenants, correct? So that's $4,000 that we're not using. So it's kind of a meet in the middle.
Are we still in public comment? Period?
You
We're
can give
actually,
your
the
public
board's,
comment.
talking right now, but if you got something that helps,
He's seen this coming, he's gonna get a letter, he's gonna check out people. Not give anybody any money when he basically terminated them. It's not gonna help you, it's just gonna cause issues down the road with the next person that wants to, try to take care of someone. He's young, he's smart, he's experienced, he'll be fine. Just my own personal opinion. You can find $500 here and $800 there in the budget that you haven't spent and do all that. I'm sure you can cobble together some money or however you want it, but don't do it. It's a dangerous precedent. And he'll be fine.
I agree 100%. I also want to be sensitive to our new chief saying I need help. So that's the tough part for me to discern is how much of it is, and I'm not saying you're being dishonest at all, but like how much of this is really help? How much of it is trying to smooth over the wound a little bit, put some salve on it and keep everybody in,
Yeah.
good spirits at the fire department, which I understand you are in a tough spot right now. So
Yeah, we're gonna have brain loss here. No, are we gonna lose some valuable? That's really what
That decision's already been
that's
made.
a public safety issue, yeah, if not, then.
yeah. Is there any other way that we could give you help in the first 60 days of your new position if you choose to accept it?
Grab a broom, I guess.
Huh?
Say grab a broom, I guess. Come on down, we'll start cleaning together. Fix this mess.
If it's just clean,
It's
Yeah,
just
that's-
Cleaning.
If that's really why you need Joe, then my vote's no for sure. Like that doesn't make any sense, dude. I'm just saying.
So, well, but I mean, we rotate back to this, we keep rotating back to this checklist. That's why I said bring broom. Gary, did you clean while you were with him? Well, there's also paperwork. There's the station checks. Is there a best way to go around and do these things?
I don't,
Creating a system.
to be right up front. The station's a pit. Number one was a pit when I was down there. And there's no reason for it to be that way. And the guy's there, the daytime person is there. He's not on a fire call or a medical call. We didn't have one while I was there with him. Not one. Now, I understand being in the business for a while on the cop side, some days there's nothing. Other days you can't keep up with it. I get that. I get it. But when there's nothing to do, there is something to do. All you have to do is be proactive. And I'm kind of down a rabbit hole here, but
No, I think I have clarity on this. I'll make, I don't know if we need a motion.
I don't like the idea of our new chief giving up his salary. I mean, if he needs some help somewhere, and we have to subcontract something for him, that's different. I don't think he should start up right out by giving up his salary.
I agree that, if you need some help, you should have the help. I'm sensitive to that. I don't agree on you giving up salary for that, but that's your choice, but I mean, it's actually a good push, it comes down to it. And that is very, gracious of you.
Very risky of you too, because
I-
liability may go down to you instead of the township because you're paying them.
And he's not covered necessarily for
And he might not be
insurance. Yeah.
covered by what he's doing if you're.
Well, we wouldn't do that.
No,
You're
no,
not,
no.
He's still a firefighter, so yeah, he's.
I'm
still
just
covered for
saying
everything
that
he's
they-
doing actually. So anything that he would be doing, he would still be covered. So.
And I understand, and it's very thoughtful that you wanna kind of schmooze this over instead of saying, just here's the axe, there goes your head. Nobody wants that.
It's bad business as well.
Nobody wants that. And of course, that is choices that people make. But I'm all for, doing exactly what the board's, I think the board's position was that you take over April 1st as full-time person. The full-time daytime person is, position is eliminated. Joe would still be on as a captain. He'd still get that salary. If you need help with anything, you can still get the assistance from him. I mean, unless he doesn't want to give it to you, that's a choice between you two.
Yeah.
So, I, go ahead.
I was gonna say, as far as notification, I feel this was actually made clear at the January budget meeting.
it was, it's on tape.
17th. And no offense, but I think you knew what was going on, but I feel like Jeremy made an assumption that Joe was gonna be like made chief or something. Nobody said that. And so the length of time for notice was based on misunderstanding because it was actually laid out. Jason did a handout and I think you came in a little bit late because you had circumstances. But I think that Jeremy and Joe might have even had a handout of it. And it's like, it's a shame that it was not understood then, but the notice was intended actually that early. So I'm just saying, as far as notice,
Like I said, it was worth a shot. And now everyone knows how I feel about it at least, and we know how you guys feel. So. What it is.
you're a
That is
good
what it
man.
is.
I'll add that as my 2 cents.
Well, I appreciate your
Right.
courage. I do appreciate your courage. I appreciate your heart. I wanna like encourage you in one particular way, like. I think we all want for you what we would want for anybody that we hired in this position. If we posted it and we interviewed people and we hired them, what we would want for them to come in and go, I'm ready to go on April 1st. This is my station now. This is my fire department. I'm gonna make this thing as best as possible. Not saying you're not doing that, but, and we wanna help you do that, but it would not be prudent to help you in this way.
Okay.
So, do we need a motion to vote on? I don't think it was an official agenda item.
No one made a motion.
I mean, he requested something. Just no action.
I asked for a clarification. Everybody keeps saying April 1, because that is the budget year start. But I think, did you say you could come on the 1st and then you'd have to leave and come back on the 6th? Or are we clear on that, or does there need to be a overlap?
But I think, but on that same token, we've all stated that there's an ambulance and there's a deputy, so. I think
Right.
they
This is
said
April.
that-
We have this official notice through April 3rd. That's,
So that's,
Why we
That's
pay them
Friday.
$200,000.
so
that's
that's
through
through
Friday.
Friday.
so then on the weekend, they have on-call help. So that would be the 4th and 5th, and he's
Okay.
coming back on the 6th. So we're covered.
So did you hear that part? That the letter is through a Friday? So, yeah, that's only a couple days notice. Isn't it?
What do you mean?
Friday, the 3rd?
The 3rd
Of April.
Yeah,
of April.
So the daytime person would be there that week until the 3rd, get paid through the 3rd.
right,
He's gonna be back on the 6th. The weekend's always covered by on-call.
right.
So we're
But he's
covered.
officially in the spot on the 1st. Right,
Right,
so
right.
there would be 2 of them just for a couple of days.
One day.
And,
One
that-
One day.
oh, cause you gotta leave. So you're
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's fine.
But this doesn't mean that if John needed specific help, that he couldn't come to the board and say, I need to get this and this and this done.
That's what I was trying to communicate. We will help you, but just not like this.
Right.
Like a different methodology. You're not leaving him high and dry.
No.
And as far as the burden of divisiveness, it's not on you, it's on them.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm just.
You might feel it if you're stuck in the middle, but it wasn't you that did this, so.
No, I'm sorry feel like you're in the position that you are, cause you are, but you're not really. Like I said, if somebody needs to take a punch, I'll do it. I've done it many times in the past.
And truthfully, I mean, this person's your captain. If he refuses to help you on captain duties or whatever, then we have another issue. Then we'll talk about that.
Oh, I don't think.
I don't think he will. I think he
that's
likes
not-
doing that.
Yeah, he's not gonna do that.
Okay, Mary, did you have anything else?
We
We gotta do public comment.
No, we do public comment, yep.
Public comment? Well,
Yeah, I have a comment and a question, maybe not in that order. But you guys have a lot of stuff going on. You know, you have a fresh budget, and then I don't know the details of how you track. Oh, we've spent 8,000 of the up to 10 that the board approved and any of that sort of stuff. So I'm not here to try to prescribe how you keep track of all of that. Good luck. That's the comment part. The question is, I'm a little disturbed because we don't know how much we paid on this MPSC lawsuit. The question was asked a long time ago in this meeting and it was crickets, so. Doesn't have to be an answer now, but that kind of falls into the comment,
if
which
you
is.
have one of my spreadsheets that go back 3 or 4 years, all you have to do is add up to date. And you'll have the exact amount.
Well, I shouldn't have to do that.
You shouldn't have to do it, we should be able.
Well,
to,
and Bill, we have that. We just don't have it on the top of our heads. We don't have BSNA in front of us. So if somebody would have said, how much have we spent on the lawsuit? We could get the answer. If you send me an email, how much have we spent on the lawsuit? I can send you that information. We don't have BSNA up here. That's strictly on our desktop.
Fair enough.
But we can get that for you. We just know that we just had a $21 bill, so it was just such a small amount. We haven't done anything since we started. We haven't had any increase in that.
Yeah, maybe that wasn't the best example to pick out. I just, you know. I think it's good information for people to know that, hey, we approved $40,000 for the parking lot and the new roof and the new this. And we spent $33,612.42 of it as of today. Part of good governance, and I'm learning some of this in my older years, is communication, and if you have to say, I'll get back to you, I'll get back to you, I'll get back to you, it gives off the impression that you really don't have a handle on it. I think you probably do. But it didn't.
But out of the 500 accounts, we don't know them all by heart. If somebody lets us know ahead of time what they're looking for, we can give you a copy of the whole budget. We can give you a copy of all the expenditures. We're very transparent, but when we're up here for a 2-hour meeting, we don't have those on the top of our heads. So,
Or we have the latest report that was printed, which the numbers I was working off was as of January 30th. So it said we had spent $1,023 on MPSC as of January 30th. And I was just trying to point out that there was a large discrepancy still. So maybe we've spent some since January 30th. I just wasn't looking at the most updated number.
Well-
I hear your point, though.
we did an additional $23 since January 30th. Cause we just paid the bill. And we send the attorney bills, like when we get those, we send them to everybody on the board. So that it's fully transparent where all the where the attorney bills and things.
Guys, I'm not worried about the money not going the right places or the wrong people or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's particularly when you're setting up a budget, it's kind of like, well, this is what we spent the last 3 years. We're not gonna have this, but we will have this, therefore the budget should be X. And I don't know, I just got a little curved, but that's.
Well, what we
line
do-
item, but
What we do at church is we have a budget, of course, and then every quarter when we have our meeting, there's a percentage. You spent this amount, this percentage, and this percentage is left. So you know where you're on track with your budget. So,
that's helpful, thank you.
yeah.
So, we are sorry we came late, really genuinely, there were 2 times, so.
You have to drive faster.
Bill prepared, for you, and it wasn't appropriate to, hand it out once we got here, but he kind of stood back from the budget and did a user-friendly, category, so like people can understand where your money's going from a bigger picture, because we get these spreadsheets and even if you're savvy like he is with the accounting and the CPA background and chief financial officer, it's overwhelming to get these spreadsheets that are just not user-friendly. So I'm gonna, at the end of the meeting, I'm just gonna give you a copy of what he was gonna send out and ask you to use the talent in our township to assist next year on the budget process so that it's user-friendly, so that instead of having to go through line by line of an Excel spreadsheet, you actually have something to look at that helps you, like, I'm asking myself, does our budget reflect township priorities? Oh, I see, and I'm looking at by category where our money's going, and it raises a lot of questions. And so I just wanted more user-friendly documents for budget discussions than we had. And, Bill can help with it, Richard Laura can help with it. There are people here that are willing to help. And they just need to have time to do it, but and I know things go so quickly and spreadsheets get changed back and forth, blah, and then the meeting comes and we're getting a brand new spreadsheet, but no one's had a chance to come up with a way of presenting the information that's user-friendly. And I am worried about long-term, where the township's going. And so I'm also gonna leave you with a little bit of research just to get your brains going on things that have come up at this meeting. Our big expenses are the transfer station, fire and emergency services, and I zoning ordinance, except we're not doing it. And if you go back to our master plan, our priorities fall in those areas. So we want our budget to show that, and it really doesn't. So I think going forward on the budget piece of it, it would be helpful if it was presented in a way that is user-friendly, so people can understand categories of where our money is going before we get into the micro part of it. And I'm not sure you've even had a chance to ask yourselves, does our budget reflect what our township wants from a master plan perspective? Are we getting the goals? You guys are the elected officials. You're the ones that have to answer the residents. Are we achieving our master plan goals? And are we even giving ourselves a chance in the budget discussions to answer those questions? Thank you for the parks, because that's goal 5. The line, that's goal 5 in the master plan. But you know, that'll have to increase if you wanna have a park. So. Thank you for listening. I'm gonna give you some things and ask you to read them in your own time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, adjourn.
Now, we have board comments.
Got board comments?
I'd like to thank Dixie and Karen both. They both do a ridiculous amount of work for us to help us get to this point. We have a CPA, my daughter's an accountant, and we have a lot of people working on these things. Most of us have full-time jobs, so this is our side gig here. Jason, thanks so much for everything you did with the fire department. I think that I would like to commend the board for, we have heard for years, we need a fire truck, and we've worked our tail feathers off to get a fire truck, to get a full-time chief, to try to, you know, to do those things and keep everything working. So I'm really proud of this board and what they've been able to accomplish, and only with the assistance of all of you guys too, have we been able to do that. So
Yeah, we have to keep.
we're
working
very
together.
fortunate, because I've seen some other boards that don't have the kind of talent that we have available to us. So,
And I agree with you. I just think from a planning perspective, we have to really be zoning in on the fact that we're in a small rural township with.
are you trying to steal my thunder here, Kate?
No, I'm not. I'm not. Sorry.
Yeah.
I
So,
agree with you. I
thank
just
you.
think we need to move forward with that momentum and plan.
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Dixie. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, John. I know it's not easy, but we will support you. You won't get everything you want, but we'll do the best we can. That's all I'm gonna say. Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Ken. And Ken, you've been working on this for months. Jason, you've been working on it. I think that
Finally done.
we're done.
Anyone else?
No, I just, real quick, transfer station duties are falling into place. Work crew's gonna come out and clean the fence up area and everything get done. We've got a grant going for, brand new, cantilever fence gates going in. The bottom line is, it probably should cost us nothing. The other thing is that,
Okay.
Very.
it's using your head again.
She's falling down and she can't get up.
Got appointments too.
The other thing is, we're changing the pickup from Best Way on the compactors, because we're gonna be saving a lot of money. It's on an on-call basis now instead of a 2-week recycle. Little shed's about done. Gotta put the interior walls in. I just framed out where the air conditioner's going, so.
What do we need interior ones?
What?
Interior ones?
Not drywall, but OSB board. I've got it all insulated and everything's ready to go. And I'm $2,200 under budget.
Good work. That's your little baby. We might need to put a little sign up that says the Gary Gruss Transfer Station. Seriously, you put a lot of work into that.
I just put it up to junk man.
We need Ken to sign this.
All right, is that it?
That's it.
207.
206,
207.
adjournment.
Snappy for 4 hours.